Alrighty, kia ora tātou, welcome everybody. We'll get started. We will now, I'll ask you all to be upstanding, and I'm going to welcome Andrew from the Wilson Street Baptist to lead us in prayer. Welcome, Andrew, nice to see you.
Kia ora koutou, katoa. My name is Andrew Maud. I'm the pastor for Wilson Street Baptist Church, and I chair the local TCMA, the Timaru Christian Ministers Association. It's a privilege to be here with you for a moment and to pray with you today. Let's pray. Lord, as we begin this meeting, we want to pause and remember that what happens in this room matters. To remember that behind every decision are people. There are real families and businesses and communities that are impacted and involved. So, Lord, we pray that all who have been entrusted with leadership today would remember both the responsibility they carry and the privilege that it is to serve in this way. Today, we pray for minds that must be attentive, that must weigh many different voices, constraints, and ideas, which must ultimately make decisions that will impact the life and well-being of the city and region and place. Give them the ability to understand the complex situations they must face and the people that live behind the numbers. Lord, enable their minds to be clear, wise, and patient in all that they will face, and to see not only the immediate pressures that they see and feel, but what any decision might mean in 5 or 10 or 20 years' time. Pray, Lord, today for ears, that you'll help and support them to listen well to one another, to the staff, to those who come to present and submit, and especially those whose voices are often easily overlooked. May the ears of all in this meeting be enabled to listen without the impulse to defend, and especially when they disagree. I pray for mouths, Lord, for mouths, that each mouth will speak with honesty, kindness, courage, clarity, respect, and where needed with restraint. I pray for hands, the practical stuff. We ask that you'll bless the work of these people's hands and the hands of those who will implement the plans that are made today for transport, for services that we need, for parks and outdoor spaces, for libraries, community facilities and museums, for safety, for housing, our economy, and for stewarding the resources that we have. I pray for feet, Lord. We ask that you will guide their feet and enable them to lead this city and community to where it needs to go, and for the next generation too. And above all, I pray that you'll guard the heart of each person who is in this room or who is joining us in some way, especially the hearts of our mayor, of our councillors, and of all who must make decisions for the flourishing and health of this place. May they know and be guided by humility and compassion, by integrity and patience and courage. Keep them free from personal ambition and enable the hearts of those who are here to be soft and motivated by genuine care for those who they serve, for the good of the people who they serve. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. And while you may or may not share my faith, I pray in the name of Jesus Christ, who is my Lord. Amen. Amen.
Thank you, Andrew. I appreciate all the time and effort that's gone into that. It was very genuine and thought-provoking. We do really appreciate that. Thank you. Please stay upstanding, and I'll ask Jess to lead us in the council waiata. Thanks, Jess.
E re re ra e aku wai Māori, e maringi atura kia koutou e. E re re ra e aku wai Māori, e maringi atura kia koutou e. tata ki runga pure ora ki raro titai o ara te uruki wa hoe. E re re ra e aku ai mehe.
Awesome. Thank you, Jess. Appreciate that. Please be seated. Okay, so first I'll just welcome everyone here, welcome members of the community. Special welcome to Rachel Wilson from Geraldine. Thank you for joining us today from the Community Board. Where are we? Apologies. Just got an apology that we'll just note from John Jackson from Temuka. There's no other apologies. No, we've got two for public forum, but before I go to public forum, I'll just note we've received a petition from the Paoriora community. This petition has been included in the hub, so effectively we just want to receive and note it. There's a couple of actions that myself, Chief Executive and Councillor Scott have looked at, and we'll follow that up with that community. I'm happy to move that from the chair that we receive and note that petition. Councillor Scott, thank you as a seconder. Does anyone want any further discussion? It's relatively low as far as significance, but just some follow-ups internally that we'll do. If not, put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Okay, so we go to public forum now, and I'd like to welcome Howard and Leanne Brocky from the Geraldine Motor Camp. Welcome.
Hi, we just wanted to start off by thanking you for the opportunity to talk to you and introduce ourselves to you. Leanne and I have, as you may be aware, we're applying for a 25-year lease for the Geraldine Top 10 Holiday Park. Our background, so we have 24 years and 14 years experience respectively in the industry, including managing parks in Dunedin, Franz Josef and the Coromandel, and then the last 4 years we've been at Geraldine. The previous, or current leaseholders, I should say, approached us. They'd seen what we'd achieved in other parks. They were looking to move out, and they didn't want to see, they'd had the park for 24 years, didn't want to see all their hard work and efforts go backwards. So they approached us about taking the business over. They provided finance to us and subleased the park to us. We have operated the park and owned the business since since January 2024. We started there in May 2022. And in that time, we've invested approximately $150,000 in upgrades to the park, including refurbishment of kitchen and laundry areas, new barbecue area, fitting heat pumps to all the self-contained units, and starting work on upgrading toilet and shower facilities and communal areas. During this time, we've also won a number of awards. There's 49 top 10 parks throughout the country, and we've either won or been runner-up for guest service, cleanliness, most highly recommended, as well as runner-up for the Supreme Award. And this year, we also made the final 3 for Park of the Year and Park Improvement Award at the Holiday Parks New Zealand Awards. Moving forward, our plans, we would like to develop the park slightly. We'd like to put 1 or 2 new units in, a hot tub and sauna, relocate the playground. But most importantly, we don't want to overdevelop. One of the big things with the park at Geraldine is its park-type atmosphere, and we want to keep that well open space. We've built strong relationships with other businesses in the town, as well as sponsoring many local community activities, including being a bronze sponsor of the recently opened Geraldine Mountain Bike Park. I serve on the board of Geraldine NZ, and I'm one of the chief organisers behind the Geraldine Matariki Motor Muster, an event that brings over $100,000 in income to the community each year. The business is in a sound financial position. Our business mentor claimed there are lots of businesses out there that would give anything to be in your position. And I think it's underlined by the fact that, well, 2 years ago, banks didn't want to know us, forcing us into using vendor finance and a sublease. They're now asking, how much do you want to borrow? Proving that, we've got sound financial management in place. So that's really all we've got to say, and just if anyone had any questions that we could answer.
Awesome, thank you. Obviously, we've got a paper in PX around the lease, but is there any questions? No? Yes, Councillor Harper, thank you.
Just, Howard and Leanne, just thank you very much for coming in this morning, and we look forward to a long and happy partnership with the TDC under your tenure. So, thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
Awesome, thank you. Really appreciate you coming in. Great to see some really passionate people in the centre of Geraldine looking after our visitors. So yeah, great to see. Thank you. Cheers. Alrighty, I welcome John Shercliffe. And councillors, you've also, we've got John's presentation on screen, and you've also got it in the hub as well.
Oh, thank you for the opportunity to talk to you. And I'd have to say that I'd ask you to bear in mind the words of the prayer that you've just listened to. It was extremely apposite for the subject matter that I've got here, and first and foremost, behind this, there are people. I haven't done this exercise lightly. I've done it from a background of considerable research, some agony, I might say, and a sense of regret that I've had to use my experience and governance reviews and so on to get to the bottom of it and bring these matters to your attention with the fervent hope that while there's plenty of blame to go around for this particular situation, that you will at last grasp the nettle and that will have pulled the scab off what has been a sore that has been running in this community for, I think, something approaching 25 years from the information that I've been able to glean thus far from the releases that we've had. So it's also extremely timely in terms of the Tauranga Davison report. And I hope that all of you have taken the time to become familiar with that in terms of systemic safety and governance issues that surrounded that particular issue, because there is an extremely strong echo of the same issues here surrounding the issue of footpath safety in the CBD and the tiles in particular that are used throughout the Geraldine district and the urban CBD areas. So a little bit of motherhood and apple pie. I'll try not to dig into all the detail of it because I assume that you will have taken the opportunity to have read the presentation since it was circulated last night. And fundamentally, you have a duty to act in an open and transparent, publicly accountable fashion. That's the purpose of the Local Government Act. It's an obligation that's placed upon you. There is no place to hide from the Local Government Act, and those of you that are perhaps more perceptive will have noticed that the first slide is headed for ministerial review, because I intend that this matter be drawn to the attention of the Minister of Local Government, and he has in fact been active in searching for other examples of systemic failure leading to safety issues akin to the Tauranga situation. Public spaces, there's a particular duty of care. They're a core public asset. People rely on them, and when they let people down, the consequences can be quite catastrophic. It's akin to the feeling of security that you have when you're faced with an earthquake. You spent most of your life expecting the ground to be firm under your feet, and when it shakes, it deals a very severe blow to your confidence in the base that you've come to rely on. So, foreseeable harm that is known and unremedied becomes an actionable failure of duty. You are potentially exposed to liability to exemplary damages. We'll come to that in a bit more detail further on. Courtesy of Councillor Jackson, there are some data floating around. This comes from a 2025 candidates meeting where Councillor Jackson raised the issue of the slippery tiles and highlighted, in fact, the injuries. I'm absolutely certain from what I have been able to find out that that is far from exhaustive, complete, and is significantly underreported. 1999, the tiles were laid. In the material that's been disclosed to me thus far, the first complaints about the slippery danger, or the slip danger presented by the new tiles, arose in 2000. It is far from a new issue that's been brought to your attention. There have been a number of trials where people have fiddled with the issue. There have been piecemeal attempts. There have been a number of actions sought to be taken. None have been effective, and at this stage permanent remediation is delivered was zero. I do see that you've done some work on the Stafford Street intersection to finally deal with the issue on that particular location, but there's a lot more to this than just the Stafford Street corner. It's a continuing risk. You've known about this. It's referred to in many, many documents. Again, on the basis of the information that's been provided thus far, there's been a lot of pious hopes, even an FAQ on the council website, headed, I think, Miles of Tiles, a brief history of what's next, referring to the slippery nature of those. That's an FAQ that was posted in 2017. Lack of injury reporting. The information that I've been given thus far through the customer feedback mechanism that you have takes no account of injuries. There's no record of corrective actions or follow-ups. If they've happened without being documented. They certainly don't seem to have been recorded. There's been no systematic analysis of incidents. There's been no engagement with injured residents, no welfare calls. Some of these injuries, by the way, are extremely serious, and a number of them don't appear in the council records. There was, I understand, an incident in Temuka where there was a woman that suffered a severe spinal injury. Not recorded, as far as I can find out, in the information that's been given to me thus far. That's quite apart from the incident that you're probably all well aware of now, where my wife suffered an extraordinarily bad fracture in her arm, and considerable dislocation of our lives, pain and suffering, and the rest that goes with it, economic loss, everything. No acknowledgement of liability. The fact that injury data is not available is a failure both of the operational business of the council and the governance. People have pushed it out of sight, not brought it forward, not brought it to anyone's attention, as far as I can tell from the research that I've done thus far, and I've done a fair bit of it. There's failure to apply the significance engagement policy. So public safety concerns have not been treated as significant under your significance engagement policy. There's no meaningful consultation or engagement with affected communities. And it's a breach of statutory and ethical obligations to involve the public in risk decisions. Residents have had no formal voice in how the matter should be managed or addressed. Lessons from the Davison report. Now, it's not just the Davison report, there's also a government inquiry going on into this issue that's taken place in Tauranga with the Mount Maunganui landslides and what have you. And I've listed for you there the governance actions and tried to describe the actions of both the Tauranga City Council, as revealed in the Davison report, and the Timaru District Council. You'll no doubt notice that there's a high degree of similarity between the matters that I've identified there. The parallels are striking.
John, you're nearly at 10 minutes. We have read this. Do you want to maybe look to conclude, and then we'll go to some questions? I'm sure there'll be some.
We'll see how we go. Okay, so we've summed up the responses. Let's go to the significance assessment. The document that you're discussing today, I found to be, I think, offensive in a way. That refers there to a perception of a risk of slip. The slip risk is real. Nobody has recognised that, brought that forward in the documentation. Those failures, I believe, are systemic within this organisation. And the fact that there are these significant issues that haven't been addressed in terms of coming to the significance assessment is a fundamental failure, and treating it as a medium, business as usual replacement of a bit of footpath here and there issue is just completely and utterly inadequate for the situation that is faced. So I've highlighted for you there where the policy criteria have not been addressed and the three that you have addressed. And I hope that you take that as a warning note that all is not well with the information that's coming forward to this council. In fact, it smacks of officials covering up, frankly. There is an acknowledgement within your documentation that there's a high risk level around the footpaths. Move on to your, covered that. Medium significance is incorrect, it should be high significance. We come to the moral hazard. If I flick through to that, I think probably is. Okay. There seems to have been a reliance that the Accident Compensation Commission legislation will hold council harmless. The ACC legislation has removed, or it hasn't removed the obligation, but it has removed the imperative to act when dealing with a hazard that's been identified, because you are not exposed to the normal checks and balances that you would find, for example, in Australia. And I checked, I did quite a search of Australian information, and you find very little about slippery tiles. You find ambulance chasing lawyers looking for people that have injured themselves on faulty footpaths or put potholes in the road. And the reason for that is very, very simple. If they have slippery tiles and people fall and injure themselves, then they sue, and the problem gets fixed very, very quickly. That imperative does not exist here because the ACC legislation, as probably an unintended consequence, has removed the ability to hold bodies such as yourselves accountable to the person that suffers the injury. It's clear that the council doesn't bear the cost of an unremedied hazard directly. It goes directly to the economic loss, the loss of health and well-being, and the damage you do, particularly when you have an elderly population. You'll no doubt be well aware of elderly persons that have suffered a fall, and then the significant check to their health and well-being that occurs as a result of that. They go downhill very, very quickly, very often. A little bit there about exemplary damages. The economic cost of it, holding people liable under the exemplary damages provisions is largely prohibitive unless there are a number of people that came forward and were to share the. So there are implications. The disputes tribunal would be a way of being able to fix that if they were able to be given jurisdiction to award exemplary damages. That doesn't presently exist in New Zealand.
I will get you to conclude, John, please, if that's okay, and then we'll, if there's any questions,
Okay.
councillors.
Just a couple of front page things. One there, review Nigel 2019 campaign, slippery tiles.
I looked a bit younger then too.
Yeah, probably. The one on the left is a headline from yesterday, referring to the Tauranga situation. A hero ran toward the danger, council executives ran for cover. That's happening here. What happens when the council feels threatened? It pulls up the drawbridge and phones a lawyer. I have the first letter from the lawyer yesterday. Sandblasting, that's 2017, I think, from memory. Another front page there, slippery tiles, threats to CBD. I think that was probably the candidates meeting that Councillor Jackson presented those stats at. Landslide deaths were preventable. Slip and trip accidents in Timaru are preventable. You have not prevented them. You have not mitigated the danger. That is a fundamental flaw in the way that you conduct your business and honour the duty of care that you have to your citizens, ratepayers and public visiting the public spaces of Timaru. On the right, there is a map that's from
Okay,
one of
John,
the council documents.
We are at time, so we will.
Yeah, okay, just
Yep.
right there, you have mapped slippery tiles. There's a colour code for them and they're marked out for people's identification in the CBD area.
That's not a map of slippery tiles.
No. And this is the final one. That's the footpath in Geraldine. That has been there for months. People have been told about it. It's still there. Nobody turned up with a shovel or anything to fix it. Look at it. Who's not doing their job, ladies and gentlemen?
Alrighty, thank you. We'll go now. Councillors, any question? Councillor Piddington, thank you. And then Councillor Jackson.
Thanks for that, John. On tiles, I guess the council, well, I've been here, I've been aware of tiles and there's been lots of debate, but I guess also there's been competing priorities. It costs a lot of money to do these things. I guess my question to do, you've talked about exemplary damages, ACC. What are you after from us? Are you after a payment? Are you after to fix the tiles? Are you after both? I'm just keen to know that.
Well, there are several things bound up in there. One is that I think that the tiles have to be fixed. You have to find the money. Maybe some of the vanity projects should be axed. And I think, frankly, from our own position, some level of engagement with us in the early stages from council staff, proactive engagement, welfare checks would have softened the blow. We are going to take a big economic loss out of this. We've had to employ people to cover for my wife in the business and so on. You could make a gesture from that. I don't see too much willingness from that for such an approach, because, as usual, you will do the minimum and no more.
I just
Yeah.
understand your wife suffered an accident, but I think you're drawing a long bow comparing the 6 tragic deaths at Mount Maunganui with a fall on slippery tiles. That's just my opinion. I don't need a response. I'm just saying.
Councillor Jackson.
Let me just say, Mayor, if I may, that view is irresponsible. The only reason we haven't got a death that we know of is sheer luck. If someone takes a fall and falls the wrong way and smashes their head, there are plenty of examples of that happening. You've seen coward punches where people are killed by the fall, not from the punch. If you land the wrong way, especially an older person that may not be able to protect themselves, then it is only a matter of time, if you leave this unaddressed, that somebody will fall and very likely hit their head in a way that will bring matters to a very unfortunate conclusion. The fact that you haven't had a death is a matter of sheer luck right now.
We'll go question Councillor Jackson and then we'll wind up.
Through you, Your Worship, this is not a question, just some clarification, if that's okay.
Sure.
I don't want to diminish anything that Mr Shootcliffe has spoken about. I have spoken in the council chambers about the tiles. It was more a question around what sort of process we had in place for making sure that we were remedying any slippery tiles in some of the problem areas. But those comments that he's attributing to me in the press are not my comments. So I think there might be a bit of confusion with Stu Jackson, who was running for council. At a candidates meeting, he mentioned all those figures that you mentioned. They weren't from me, so just clarification on that. Thank you.
That's fine. Thank you, John. Appreciate that, and I'm sure we'll be in touch. Thank you. We will now move on, team. So we do have a paper that is on CBD renewals of tiles, etc., later in the day, and we will just consider at the end of, and I'll just make sure I put it down at the end of the day, if there's anything in regard to the public forum matters that need to be further addressed. So we will now go to matters of a minor nature. No. Sorry, and I missed urgent business. Shouldn't be any. No. So conflicts of interest. I have one for 9.4, which is the annual report to Alcohol Regulatory and Licensing Authority. I'll step down and Councillor Shannon will chair that one. Is there any further conflicts? Thank you, Councillor Scott.
Just report 13.5 and publicly excluded.
Thank you. Further conflicts? No? All good. Okay, brilliant. So we go 2 minutes now. 7.1 minutes of the council meeting held on 21st July 2026 on page 6. Have a mover for that. Councillor Burt, thank you. Councillor Scott, thank you. Put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against carried. 7.2 minutes of the council meeting held on 31st July 2026. Mover for that. Thank you. Councillor Burt. Yeah, Councillor Pye, thank you. Put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. 7.3 minutes of the emergency council meeting held on 7th of August 2026. Move for that. Councillor Scott. Yeah, Councillor Shannon. Perfect, thank you. All those in favour, please say aye. Schedules of functions attended. Thank you for all the attendance across those. There's a list of attendances. 8.1, I think there was questions too around just a systematic way to record. So I think if you are trying to do something, just try and put it in a diary so you can go back to if you need to, just to make it easier for that record. So 8.1, I'm happy to move that from the chair. Councillor Burt, happy to second that. Put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against carried. Schedule of functions attended by the Chief Executive. 8.2. Councillor Jackson, you're happy to move that? Thank you. Councillor Harper, thank you. Put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Go now to start of the reports. 9.1, that's on page 55. So it is just the actions register update. think there's one just on small trades. We've sort of had a conversation, but we probably need to have a further conversation, myself and the Chief Executive. There was, what else? I think that was pretty much it. Otherwise, I think everything else was pretty much had a schedule as far as where it was coming to respective meetings, etc. Was there any questions across the actions? No. If not, I'm here to move that from the chair. Can I have a seconder for that, please? Thank you, Councillor Pye. Put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. 9.2, page 65, just a matter of process, fixing of the common seal. Move for that, Councillor Thomas. Yeah, Councillor Burt is the seconder. Put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. So we move now to the first proper item on the agenda, and that is 9.3, Dog Control Annual Report for the 25-26 year. Welcome. And that's, yeah, on page 68, thank you. Welcome, team. Go for it.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, we present to you the annual dog report for the year 25-26. It is a statutory requirement that we bring this to you each year prior to going to DIA, or DIA as it used to be anyway. But we've got team leader for Animal Control and Parking, Jo Hamilton, with us today, and she's here to happy to answer any questions you may have.
Awesome, thank you. Questions? Thank you, Councillor Piddington.
Just on page 70 on the dangerous dogs, this at 19 and 19, this includes dogs that have departed during the reporting year. How have they departed? Have they left the district, or is it something more serious than that?
Yeah, it could mean departed or deceased, yeah.
What was interesting, service requests actually overall are down. Does it feel like they're down?
Absolutely not.
No. It's probably technically 10% or something, but yeah, it's just an interesting stat. So I'll go back to Councillor Piddington, then Councillor.
Sorry, the only other question had more probably serious. Failure to register the dogs have gone up dramatically, 25%, over 100. What would you put that down to? Is it the cost? Is it? Yeah.
I don't think in particular it's the cost of the actual registrations. I just think it's the cost of living and people having to prioritise other things over dog registration payments.
So do we follow up if 1 year you have a dog registered in the next year? Or do we just?
Yeah, we do follow up.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson.
Jo, just interested in what might be driving the increase in attacks. There's more attacks. Is it the fact that there's more attacks, or is it that more are being reported? Do you have any understanding of that at all? And are they like first-time offenders, or are these repeat offenders with dog attacks? Thank you.
So yeah, it's hard to say whether there's just more being reported or not, but I do know that there are a lot more serious attacks happening, and which has resulted in a lot more prosecutions as well. So where we can't mitigate the dog's behaviour by way of a classification, the team deem the behaviour to be so high risk that there's no other option but to prosecute and seek destruction of the dog. Yeah. Sadly.
Councillor Shannon.
First of all, well done on the team's survey result, which was absolutely sensational. I thought it wasn't one of the best of all the things we do here in council, so well done. A couple of things just with regards to the number of and the nature of dog-related service requests. So, are a number of these the same dog, or is this, for example, dog found 122 different dogs, the dog wandering, 290 different dogs. If you were to break it down by dog, is it as bad as it reads?
Probably not quite as bad as it reads. There are, some people that witness the same thing and all decide to call it in. So it's hard to say.
That would make sense. The other thing was with regard to cost. Makes absolute sense that it is the cost of living more so than it is the cost of registering, because I note that the increase for like a neutered dog was only $2, wasn't it? 80 to 82 or 82 to 84, and likewise $4 for an entire dog, which I always thought was an interesting way to explain one. That's, I suppose he's got all his bits, isn't he? When you look at what that cost is made up of, it's not just the cost of having you and the team that looks after the dogs. Some of this is the appeals and the likes to classifications and investigations and what have you do, isn't it? So when we start going through a process where I've seen you follow to the letter the law that you might have to classify a dog and what have you. If somebody appeals that, what does that cost the ratepayer? Probably you, Mr. Cooper.
Yeah, well, the law affords people the right to appeal, and we are seeing more and more people contest classifications of dogs that have been classified as menacing or dangerous following attacks. That there's a cost associated that with staff time, which I couldn't really quantify off the top of my head, but could do that work and come back to you if that's helpful. If the person doesn't accept the finding of the hearing, if the hearing goes against them from the hearings panel at council, the avenue of appeal following that is then through the district court, and that can it's sort of several $1,000s each appearance. So it can be, if it's only once, there might be a $2,000 or $3,000 legal bill associated with that one case. If it goes, some people have appealed through the higher courts, and those legal bills have escalated accordingly, and we may be paying much more than that for those longer term cases. But yeah, people seem to be more litigious, quicker to appeal, and we are spending more on legal. There is a higher cost than there has been in previous years. Yeah.
So is that a cost to the activity as such that's recovered through fees, or is that a cost to every ratepayer?
It's a cost to dog owners. So the budget for the dog control is ring-fenced. And so whether it's the pound, the vehicles, the cost of staff, whatever it might be, vet fees, everything is ring-fenced and comes from the fees from registering your dog, which is why it's so important that we collect that funding. Yeah.
Awesome. Anything further? He wants to put a dad joke in for...
No, not at all. You're barking up the wrong tree on this one. Just a point of clarification, it doesn't wash its own face, though. The registration costs do not wash the face of what the organisation is putting out there in terms of its manpower, its resource and function.
The Animal Control Unit, which has broader duties than dog control, is supported by ratepayers, but the actual Dog Control Act and the Dog Control Bylaw, that activity is ring-fenced, and that the money that we use to resource that activity comes from registration.
Thank you. Anything further? Happy to move. Councillor Shannon, Councillor Jackson, happy to second. No further discussion. Thank you, team. Appreciate all the work that goes in. We do see that with some of the hearings, what you and your staff have to go through, Joe, so I really appreciate that. I will now put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Move now to 9.4, and I will pass to Councillor Shannon for that one.
Thank you, Your Worship. So 9.4, the annual report to the Alcohol Regulatory and Licensing Authority. You stay put there, Mr Cooper, and we also welcome Sharon. Over to you.
Thank you, Mr Chair. And through you, we now present to you the annual report for ALA, which is a prescribed format, and our Chief Licensing Inspector Sharon Hugenrath is here to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. To the councillors, any questions? Councillor Scott.
Thank you very much for your report. Sorry, now I'm just trying to find the actual number so you can turn to it. Apologies. Oh, it's just in the main body of the report. You say that we've received hundreds of objections and the hearings are creating a heavy administration burden, but you also say that no hearings were held during the year. So I was just wondering if you could explain the two statements.
Yep, so we get applications and objections and the hearing process starts, and then we've had the recent situation where we had the showground, where we had 150 objections received. There's quite a process involved in starting up a hearing, and then it got withdrawn. So the workload is there, it just never actually went to the point of having a hearing held.
Just a question with regard to the fees charged. Do they cover both what you need to pay to ALA and the council costs for operating?
So the Ministry of Justice set the fees, and there is a portion of every fee that goes back to ALA every month. So, yeah, they cover ALA fees.
Both. Thank you. Any more questions? No. Shall we go to the recommendation then, which is to receive a note? Do I have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Burt. Seconded, Councillor Times. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against, carried. Thank you very much. Thank you, Sharon. Back to you, me, Nigel.
Awesome. Thank you, Councillor Shannon. We move now to 9.5, Egantai Art Gallery Collection Policy. Welcome, team. That's on page 98. Welcome, Brendan and Cara.
Kia ora. So the Egantai Permanent Collection is a civic collection which is assembled for the people of South Canterbury over more than a century. 95% has been gifted, donated or purchased using gifted funds. This policy gives the council and the community assurance that artworks will be accepted, cared for and de-ascensioned through transparent, professional and ethical process. And yeah, that's me.
Thank you very much, Cara. Good morning, Council. The report that you have before you presents submissions on the Art Gallery Collection Policy, a proposed final policy that you'll note has a few track changes from what went out for consultation, inviting your deliberations and hopefully adoption of a final policy, either as presented or with amendments as you see fit. A couple of very brief things to note before throwing it open to questions. Firstly, there were 3 submissions. 2 of those submissions were from organisations or industry bodies, so represent a cumulative number of people there. The 2 most notable proposed changes that we put before you, firstly, relating to clause 46 in the policy, and we deem that that's to more clearly state or give effect to the direction from councillors when the policy was considered at draft stage. And then also a few clauses, excuse me, in relation to adding content about the relationship between the gallery and iwi. We note that this is a gap in we believe it's a gap in the existing policy, and what we propose to include reflects existing practice and also adopted AMPs from council. The final thing I'll just note is separate to this entire piece of work, the Museums Aotearoa Code of Ethics continues to be reviewed. That's not news to councillors. We do not, to my knowledge, have a date for that to be signed off, but when that does occur, we will assess the policy against those Code of Ethics and come back to council if there's deemed to be any inconsistency. Based on the signals that we've received to date, we're not expecting there to be anything significant. I think that's a fair assessment. Would you like to add anything, Mike? Very happy to take questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you. First question I have, and on page 99 it says policy should explicitly state that deaccessioning will not take place for financial gain. The challenge that I have with that is that a byproduct of deaccessioning could be financial gain. So how do you work through that if you...
Okay. Yes, so that was, if I am... Yep, page 99. So that was a comment from a submitter. What we've proposed to include in the policy is a reflection of that, but with some caveats. So let me find the correct clause. 46. So this is bottom of page 106, moving on to page 107 of the agenda. So adding, for the purpose of generating a financial gain, unless this meets all the deaccessioning requirements and the revenues reinvested in the collection. So noting that deaccessioning may create a financial gain, but ring fencing those returns to achieve the intention of the policy and the collection.
Yeah, Councillor Pye.
So just to follow on to that, what do we mean by reinvesting in the collection? Because if it's just to buy more art, it kind of defeats the purpose of managing the collection size. And would you consider reinvestment in the collection to cover things such as the art gallery costs and the storage costs, the insurance, all of those things?
It would depend on the provenance of the artwork that was deascensioned, so, and where that money came from. So there'll be a bit of a paper trail there. So the most cleanest way would it to be purpose for the money to be going back into the collection, back to purchase artwork. So this is a policy framework, not about building or assets.
Just,
yeah.
I know I'm going to hit some taboo subjects here, so I'll get them out early.
Oh, sorry.
Thanks,
Just
Michelle.
before you go, then, just on that one thing, it's just the wording on that 46 at the end, or merely on a personal whim or fashion. A personal whim seems something odd to have in a policy, I would have thought.
So, it's a civic collection held for public benefit, and most of the works are donated and purchased, so it's not at a personal, except there needs to be a documented process, a thorough process that goes through and that is transparent and with our ethics. So, yeah, it's not simply for financial gain.
Just to expand on Kara's point there, absolutely open to amending the phraseology if you wish. I think, to Kara's point, the idea is just simply that any deaccessioning would follow a structured process against clear criteria so that there's transparency and predictability as to what is occurring and why, as opposed to someone just possibly waking up one day and saying, I want to do X, and that occurring without reference to, for example, this policy and the framework that council puts in place for it.
And it's very similar, because I think that what me and Nigel was saying is there's inconsistency in the policy. So in 99, page 99, sorry, we've accepted this submission that we shouldn't occur financial gain, but in clause 46, it appears we permit it where proceeds are reinvested. So how are those two positions consistent? That there's not a consistency there.
So deaccessioning means formally removing an item from the permanent collection. Yeah. It doesn't automatically mean selling it, and it depends on the circumstance of the artwork. So the outcome, the work might return to the donor, be repatriated, or go to a public institution, or another ethically approved method.
Sorry, the problem is probably my fault in that, in terms of putting in those submission points and officer commenting, perhaps I was a bit too brief. I think what it should say is that we accept that point in general, and we think that the direction from council when this was considered from a draft policy perspective was that artwork shouldn't be sold purely for a financial gain without reference to, for example, reinvesting in the collection. So my apologies if my wording was too brief there.
Yeah, I'll go Councillor Piddington and then Councillor Jackson. I just don't think there's requirement on those last few words on that 46, or merely on personal whim or fashion. I don't think that needs to be incorporated. We'll go Councillor Piddington.
That was one of my questions. But the other one, deaccession policy, how often do we do it and why do we do it? Because one of my problems is we keep collecting artwork, which is great, but then we've got to store it. There's a cost to storage, there's a cost to insurance, and it just keeps going. So when do we look at deacquisitions and why do we do it? And do we have a policy around that? Is it reviewed 2 yearly, 5 yearly?
The deaccessioning policy is in this collection policy, and we do it if it doesn't fit into our criteria, if it's deteriorated, if it's a hazard, we look at deaccessioning. We do not accept everything offered to the gallery. We assess it for significance, relevance and provenance and legal title and our ability to store it responsibly. And if we cannot meet any of those obligations, we do not accept.
But technically we're short of storage now, so we shouldn't be accepting any more artwork on what you've just read me.
I think that would be detrimental to collecting for art in South Canterbury if we can put a complete cease on collecting. There'll be a huge gap, but I think what we need to do is do it wisely and responsibly. Long-term planning asset management is different to this policy, so long-term storage is important. It needs to be properly planned for, but this is just a policy that we're talking about today.
And further to that, if I just may note, Councillor Piddington, your question around numbers and the like, when this policy in draft form went before council in the 28 April meeting pack, there is a statistical breakdown in that report, which I can go through if you wish. And then further to Kara's point, storage is an adjacent matter to this policy. I think it might have been discussed previously off the top of my head, but there is nothing in this policy or the Museums Aotearoa Code of Ethics that states that, for example, council must provide, infinite storage, etc. It is very clear in this policy that, for lack of a better term, inability to provide adequate storage is a reason for not accepting items. So there is not, my phrase, a blank cheque to council in relation to adopting this policy and storage. That's a separate matter for council, and I believe there's a paper coming to you, I'm not sure exactly when, in relation to all of that storage.
And my other question is around, I'm a bit confused, which is easy for me, on long-term loans. Why would they go into our permanent collection if they're only loaned for us on page 30 or point 35? And the follow-up to that is further down where we review loans every 5 years. Why would we loan something for 5 years or longer? Because it seems to me we're storing other people's artwork, especially if we loan them and put them into storage.
So up to 5 years, long-term loan will be something like if we are touring an exhibition. So not necessarily in our collection as so to speak, but touring with as we have done in the past. So it's a more of a global term, I think. We do not accept long-term loans anymore. We have given those back. So currently in our long-term loan in the collection store, there is nothing there.
So just so I'm clear, we're not storing anyone else's artwork and there are no, because Rotorua found out they were quite a bit of art.
Right. We are only storing artworks that are associated with the council's art, and also some of the library. We have some works that they have for safekeeping.
Who are we up to? Councillor Jackson? Yes. Good waiting.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Good. Well done.
I was
And then
just going to
Councillor-
talk about the storage thing as well, but Mr Madley, you've explained that that's a separate issue. And I'm sure that we wouldn't be turning down a significant piece of art because of storage. Hope to think that we're not. My question was around point 28, bequeathed funding tagged for accessions, but for purchase only, not other charges. So why not? Why can't we?
It depends on the legal title of the bequest monies, so we have to legally be true to that document and of those wishes of the money.
And also, point 65, we've got no in-house conservator, and outsourcing is required. So my questions there are, how much and how often?
So it depends. We triage works. I think we have 5 a quarter, but half of those costs are paid for by the Friends of Egantai, who help fund us for big restoration projects and fundraised by the public.
Well, Councillor Wilson, then Councillor Pye.
I've got a question on point 13 on page 100, where it says proposed that several clauses 20, 29, 41 are added to reflect the gallery's commitment to the Treaty of Waitangi and the involvement of partnerships with Mana Whenua and relevant matters. It said it was previously silent. Just want to know what's the policy. You made reference to a policy that triggered this to be included. I'm referring to points 13 and point 20. Point 13 says that the gallery has a commitment to the Treaty of Waitangi, and point 20 says that the gallery acknowledges Te Titiri o Waitangi. I just want to understand, what was the policy you're referring to that triggered these to be now included?
The collection exists within the cultural landscape of South Canterbury. Council's own planning framework identifies Te Runga o Arawhenua as a stakeholder, iwi relationships and museum ethics as relevant responsibilities. In my professional view, the policy should recognise Mana Whenua and provide for engagement where acquisition, interpretation, provenance, repatriation or cultural sensitivity material may affect Mana Whenua interests.
Yeah, Councillor.
Totally accept a lot of what you've just said there. My question was specifically regarding the Treaty of Waitangi. If you know your history, which I'm sure you do, that was an agreement between the Crown and in excess of 540 Maori chiefs. We as an organisation or anything associated to us or other businesses do not have a responsibility to the Treaty of Waitangi. My question is, it's been silent till now, that part of it. I don't understand why that is now included, and there is quite a pushback through government to see some of this stop. So I've raised it because I don't understand the need for it to be there, and I accept all the other issues around, like 29 and 41, points 29 and 41, no issue, that's fine. We want to preserve and protect and honour and all of those things, but it's the wording to the treaty in both instances that I have an issue with.
I can attempt to address some of that. In terms of the trigger, we received some feedback from Te Papa via Museums Aotearoa, separate to the submissions process, that simply noted that the policy was silent on that and it might be something that we want to give consideration to. When we dug into it a little bit more, as Cara noted, a lot of what's in those clauses, that wording, it reflects existing practice anyway in terms of the relationship between the gallery and iwi, if there are items of Māori significance and the like. In terms of the Treaty of Waitangi itself, my view, and I can go away and check this if you wish, is that it reflects some other commitments that council has made in other documentation. For example, I'm going off the top of my head here, but I'm pretty confident in the answer, in terms of wording that we put in the long-term plan, wording that we put in our significance and engagement policy in terms of empowering Māori decision-making, or contribution decision-making rather. If you wish, I can go away and check all of that for you.
I'm not asking for any work to be done. I think I've made my point. As I said, I've got a lot of sympathy to the Maori families, and I've made the point in this chamber before. I have Maori family myself, so it's nothing to do with that. It's to do with bringing in the treaty. It's not necessary, but I've made my point, so I'll just leave it.
Sorry, just on that theme, with 29 and 41, I actually challenge, because I think that's covered in the earlier clause, I challenge why these don't reference wider culturals, and so it's a general cultural provenance clause, because I feel like that's actually missing, because we're just focusing on one culture, whereas a gallery should respect and focus on all cultures and treat artworks in that same manner. So I think both of those clauses could actually be more all-encompassing as opposed to specific, because I think the Māori point is covered. Because I think it's missing that we haven't talked to any. People can smirk or not, but the reality is I think it's missing from the policy. We don't care about other cultures. That's what it's saying.
Can I just support what the Mayor said? I've been involved in some art that may have ended up, I'm not sure 100% ended up at the gallery, that was an Italian art pieces. And I was involved in the owner of this art. It's significant. And so I agree with the Mayor that it's not just Māori, it's non-Māori, it's Italian, it could be whatever, if they have a connection to this beautiful district. So yeah, I totally agree with that comment.
Thank you. We'll go to Councillor Pye.
I did have a lot of questions around the interaction between this policy and the need to provide storage, and I get they are separate matters, but we have a policy that allows the collection to grow, and whether that's right or wrong is not my point, without any consideration of well, it does say in there that we must consider that we've got appropriate storage, but then I've just heard that we would never put a blanket, on collecting, which I think is the right thing to do. But I just don't think we understand enough about the cost of that storage and the collection and the planning around that. But I assume we're going to get a paper on that. However, my question is back to point 28, which somebody else has already raised, and we've excluded specific things from bequeathed funds, and Kara, you explained why in some cases that's what the bequest stipulates. But if the bequest doesn't stipulate that, why couldn't we use those funds to help cover the cost of insurance and storage and packaging and freight? And by including the exclude in the policy, we're not able to do that, even if the bequest allows us to do that. So my thinking is those things should be removed from the policy, and then to Kara's point, if the request does not allow us to do that, we can't. But if the bequest allows us to cover the packaging, the freight and the insurance, we should.
Sorry, I wasn't sure if that was a question or observation. My apologies. So we can absolutely look to modify that. There are options available to council. My understanding, to reflect Kara's point earlier, is that it's been framed up currently to ensure that funds are, where there's discretion to officers, that it's framed up so that there's maximal reinvestment into the collection itself rather than sort of ancillary costs. But if you want it amended so that there is more flexibility, discretion, more acknowledgement, I suppose we have to go and have a little bit of a think about that, perhaps, rather than just potentially excluding it, and we can definitely do that.
Can I ask a question, Kara? So
I just wonder whether this policy needs more thinking about where the art came from. So if the art was donated, sure, we know where the donation came from and the wishes of the donor. There's possibly art that we actually just pay for ourselves, and we need to understand where did that money come from and why was that, where did that, was it rates or was it something else? And I think there's a big difference there, and I just wonder whether we need to look more, need to look more at where any piece of art that we're de-assessing, or whatever the word is, we just need more in the policy to say where did it come from and where did the funds or the donation or whatever come from, and then that could actually lead to what happens to the funds. And I think there's a wee trick in there that needs to be thought through.
I believe, so 95% of the collection is donated or come from donated funds. There are 5 funds that are bequests. One of them's fairly large. I believe rates a year, maybe $1,000 or $2 a year. So it's very little compared to the other amounts we have annually. One bequest, yeah. I can go back and break it down with the proper numbers.
I'm not worried about the breakdown, I'm just more worried, I'm just thinking whether that needs to be balanced in the policy, just to make sure that it's clear in the policy where it came from, the piece of art.
Further, Councillor Scott.
Just have a couple of questions, and sorry to re-litigate the storage and environment clauses 67, 68, but I just wanted to double check that we actually meet all the storage and environmental standards that this policy requires, because at the end we're saying there's no financial implications, and I just wanted to double check that we do meet all these standards, because if we don't, then Houston, we might have a problem.
There's currently another paper coming towards council which addresses the storage current status. I believe that's coming combined with the museum storage needs.
Just put your mic on, Councillor Scott.
Sorry, I'm just trying to find it, because it's more around the policy requires the collection to be stored in best practice museum standards, including controlled temperatures, humidity 24 hours a day, all of those kind of standards. It's not about, it's how we're storing it. So are we meeting these obligations? Because if we're not, then we do have a financial issue. So I'm just double checking, because we say that there is no financial implications beyond existing budgets. So it's not about, it's about the climate controls and the standards that we've written in here. Do we meet them?
Yes.
So the majority of the art is stored at Akintyre, isn't it? And it's in that one room, and that one room's up to standard, or is it lacking?
It's currently having remedial work on it at the moment, but yes, it is up to standard.
That's good. Oh, just have one. Oh, sorry, one more question, just around. A little bit nervous about relitigating this one too, but just around the mana whenua provisions. I understand it was added after consultation, so my question to you, Brendan, is why was further consultation not considered necessary?
Yep, absolutely. So I'll answer that by re-mentioning part of what I said before, which was we received some separate feedback from Te Papa. Did we consider additional consultation as a result of that inclusion? No. The answer to, or the reason for that, because it was deemed, I suppose by myself more than anyone else, to be non-material because it reflects existing practice and existing commitments. So, for example, Cara advises that the art gallery amps already include this sort of content, and that's adopted by council. So in that sense, it's simply an addition of an existing commitment, I suppose. So in that sense, I would argue non-material. If council wishes to advise that we need to take a different approach on that, we can absolutely do so.
I'd just like to state,
Oh, sorry, Karen.
Te Papa is a central government body and it's their standards that we are abiding.
Fine, it's just obviously adding the 3 new clauses is quite, you could consider that to be significant change or addition.
Councillor Harper.
Thank you. Just points 68 and 67. I'm just wondering on page 109, and certainly the storage, just with Councillor Scott's question before, why would you take out the objectives of 18.22 degrees and 45 degrees relative humidity? Why not just leave it in there? Add to the verbiage.
Simply because it was noted that that might be too specific and requirements might change from time to time. You don't want to have a policy that's reviewed every 6 years and the standards for humidity or temperature or the like might change separate to that. For example, if something was to change through Museums Aotearoa Code of Ethics or industry best practice or the like.
And 67, fumigation and pest control, that surely won't change over 6 years?
Sorry, can you repeat that? I only think I heard half the question.
The paragraph 67, the fumigation and the pest control, and I mean that paragraph is being eliminated or taken out. Deleted.
It can be reintroduced if you wish. Again, it was just deemed as being a bit too specific and not specifically relevant to policy.
Well, specific is good when but you could have a sort of a degrees of accuracy with specificity, if that's a word. Good. What is the word?
We can absolutely revisit that if you wish. I would suspect as a general observation, just because of the questions and comments around the table, that perhaps council wouldn't wish to adopt the policy today, and unless you surprise me by coming to a settled view on all the various matters and settled wording. So perhaps it's this and other aspects is something that we can relook at and either bring it back to council, or if you wish, you could delegate authority to, for example, the mayor to sign it off separate to the meeting. But yep, we can absolutely look at that.
Only other question was on point 20 and 29, and I see in the beginning of this policy you've got the reference to adherence to the Treaty of Waitangi, and then further down it is Tītariti. And I'm just wondering if you could walk me through the difference, but if there are difference, or are you including both? And is the Treaty of Waitangi and the Tītariti a parallel living document?
It's the same thing.
They're one and the same.
So what you're possibly referring to, Councillor, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that in the report, so point 13 of the report, page 100 of the agenda, it refers to Treaty of Waitangi, and in the actual policy wording itself, it refers to Te Tiriti. Is that the question, or does the policy itself have inconsistencies?
Do you include both, or do you refer to one or the other, and are they one and the same?
So to Kara's point, the same for the purpose of the policy and Te Tiriti for the policy itself.
Sorry, I didn't quite get that.
Sorry, so just noting in the policy, that's very loud, my apologies. I'm not trying to deafen anyone. In the policy itself, so this is page 102 to 111 of the agenda, so separate to the report. It's only referencing Te Tiriti. If there are questions or issues that you have with that you wish us to go away and work on, we'll happily receive advice on that. So I hope I'm understanding your question and giving you an answer there. I'm doing the best I can there.
I don't think it's actually fair to say they're the same, because one is interpretation of the language of the Māori text versus the English text. Am I not correct in that? So actually the difference is interpretation. Well, that is, I am correct in that. Yeah. So they are not one and the same. Yeah. Just a matter of fact, I think. Councillor Thomas, yes. Or was it, Councillor Thomas and then Councillor Burt, were you? You're okay, Councillor Thomas.
I mean, in general, I support just the clauses that we've just talked about being included. The specific wording, I'm happy to have that changed. I mean, I see that the gallery's role is about guardianship and good museum practice and recognising the Treaty of Waitangi or Te Tiriti and involving mana whenua, and it just helps us with that guardianship, so I support that. However, I have a different question, completely different, and I have asked this in this chamber before, and I don't think I really got an answer. You mentioned, Kara, that the gallery holds artworks which it sounded like somehow were, I don't mean the right word, owned, but were from the library collection or something, is that correct? Yeah. I'm interested to know, there are some artworks that are associated with the Theatre Royal. They need to be considered, I think, in this overall policy as well. And I'm not sure, Mr. Cooper, as whether or not we've actually located them. No, okay. I think I did raise it at one earlier meeting, so. Question, so they're included, or will they be included?
Currently, the theatre artworks are not included, but open to helping with the civic collection entirety.
The second question is, where are they? That's another issue.
They're in a building not too distant from where we're sitting right now. Yeah.
Just on that, there's some practicalities though, because the theatre is probably not at the same temperature as the art gallery. So does that mean we have to, I've just, practically speaking, an art given to a theatre may not fit the definition of the art gallery. I'm not trying to be awkward, but I don't want us to fall into a trap where suddenly we've got to spend money or it doesn't fit the policy.
And I accept that, but they shouldn't be left out completely. There needs to be a way of dealing with them.
Is there an itemised list?
Yeah, I think we're slightly off track. However, it's art and it has value, and we probably should look to understand how they were gifted in the first place and how we look after those. Brendan.
Just a simple note that obviously the policy is framed up currently to manage the permanent collection of the Egantai. Any expansion of that scope, for example, to include items for the Theatre Royal, etc., we'd have to consider the wisdom, potential implications, costs, etc., of doing that, whether there are any unintended consequences. Obviously, the art gallery exists as a bespoke exhibition space, and within a framework of, for example, the Museum's Aotearoa Code of Ethics, I would presume that similar does not apply to the Theatre Royal. So, to my previous point, we just have to, if there was any desire to expand scope or change scope, have to think through that and come back to you with a bit of advice on what that might actually mean. It may not be as straightforward as it appears at first glance. To perhaps your wider point, which is, should we ensure that we are caring for any art that council might have in its various forms in an appropriate way? Probably yes, and it's, separate considerations perhaps.
I'm actually happy to move the recommendations and delegate to the Mayor any minor changes based on the conversation today. Otherwise, I feel like we're just going to get this back. We're like goldfish. We forget what we asked the last time, and we're going to have the same conversation the next time. And I think overall, some of the questions and changes we've suggested don't fundamentally change the policy, and I'd be happy to delegate their final approval to the Mayor if we're able to do that within the recommendations.
Is that generally comfortable? Comfortable, not comfortable? Yep, okay. I'm happy with receiving that delegation. Thank you very much, Councillor Pye. Okay, so happy to move, Councillor Pye, and there was a seconder, Councillor Burt. Sorry, I'll just...
I thought they were two different things. I thought 4 was saying once it's adopted, they're minor changes. It probably needs to be up at 3, adopt the policy with delegation to the Mayor for final approval, or however you wordsmith that.
Yeah, I'd suggest 3 would be something like delegate authority to the Mayor to adopt the policy based on or with reference to council's feedback today or something like that.
Yeah, okay, because there was a little bit
4 and 5 are separate. They're the mechanisms that enable us to, for example, update the policy to reflect job title changes and the likes, that we don't have to come back to you for minor things that are no-brainers.
We can flick something around just to note where there were changes anyway. Yep. Okay. Righty.
I would suggest that 3 reads something like delegate authority to the Mayor to adopt the policy with reference to councillors' feedback at this meeting. And I can repeat that if you wish. Yeah.
I'm happy with it. It's close enough. I think the Mayor understands the
Yeah,
intent.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
fine.
I'm happy to move all of them.
Okay, so you're happy?
Which means number 4 is not required.
4 and 5 are delegations to yourself outside of any formal review. So I'd recommend we keep 4 and 5.
Alrighty, you guys comfortable? Yep. Does that not read right, Councillor Harper? Yeah, yeah. Alrighty, comfortable with that. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Good debate. Thanks, Mike, for your input. Alrighty, go now to 9.6, which is the biennial community survey 25-26. Welcome, Steph and Stephen. And that is on page 119.
Thank you, and through the chair. This probably feels a little bit like deja vu because we discussed this in the workshop last week in public, so if any members of the community want to look back, that's on YouTube forever. So today it's just really about formally receiving the community survey, which we do every 2 years, and to answer any questions that you may have thought of since last week when we walked through the results.
Do you want to go? I know you had...
Thank you, anyhow. I thought it was a great report, and good job doing the whole survey thing. I think everybody feels you get surveyed for all sorts of things nowadays, but we got some good feedback and some useful results. I've circulated via email my thoughts on it, and in general, I think that the outcomes or the results of the survey are very positive. And we can, there are definitely some areas that can be improved on, but they're generally very positive. So my question is, how do we take, what do we do with this now? Is there some sort of mechanism to publish what I consider to be good news stories that come out of that?
Yeah, so there's a few things we'll do. We upload the final report once it's endorsed by council to the website under all our other resident community surveys. A lot of these specific results for some activities inform some of their service performance measures, which are they go into the annual report, so they're specific measures we adopted with LTP 2434. And also looking ahead to development of LTP 27. For most activities, it's looking at what the community is saying about what we're doing and figuring out what we can do better. Whether, I know from my area, looking at the statutory documents, the engagement that we've had on them has been really low, but they affect basically the entire district, especially when it comes to things like rates. So for me personally, it's looking at how do we engage those processes across the community so that people aren't hearing about rates the first time when they get their new rates bill and it's gone up, whatever percentage that rates have been struck that year. So yeah, there's lots of ways to use the learnings from it, and we do publish the formal report on the website. I just have a couple of presentational changes. I've got key research to change for us.
Follow Councillor Thomas's view that, there's that real disconnect I felt in the results. The community is telling us that we're generally satisfied with our core services and we're doing a great job there, but on the other hand, they don't see the value for money, financial management and, all of those things. So that disconnect between, understanding those gaps and the overall, community's perception of council, I think, we need to think about how our communication can play an important role in closing that gap. So, I support your comments, Councillor Thomas.
Further comments, questions? Councillor Shannon, thank you.
Thank you. Probably more to do with the survey questions themselves and how we can, in the future, get some better information that doesn't require on assumptions to be made. If you know what I mean there. for example, we have to look at some of these things, and where, like Councillor Scott alludes to, the results of the actual quality of some of our activities is admirable. And we know that our team here are doing really, really well when you look at the results in water and parks, and I won't list them all, I'll leave some people out. Whereas on the other hand, it shows that we're not happy with the quality of those services and facilities, or not happy with our rates, where, for example, water is such a massive component of those rates. So it would be great if, the question, are we going in the right direction? We can only make assumptions about the results of that. So questioning in the next couple of years when we revisit it, it would be really good to get some real genuine advice out of those answers, because it's clear there's some good stuff and we do need to do better. We need to do better with our leadership, our faith and trust, our financial management, and there's a perception in terms of influence on and involvement in decision making. You know, the biggest influence we all know is once every 3 years, and anything else that is of high significance, of course, we have a submissions process. But what questions can we ask that tell us exactly what do they mean by that, would be what I'd look forward to. But otherwise, reiterating what you said, Councillor Thomas, some really, really good results here that we should be proud of, not just focus on the negative, but when we do need to look at the negative and say, how do we do this better?
Yeah, I just want to, is it okay? It's maybe not a direct question, but just a brief comment.
Yes.
Thank you, Worship. Look, it's great to, we've got a resolution that says that we receive a note, the survey, and that's fine. But what I love about these surveys is you take them, yes, you'll always question how they got to some of the conclusions, but at the end of the day, you can give yourself a pat on the back for the green buttons, but where there's an amber or a red, we need to be serious about that and say to ourselves, look, things need to be a little different here. I would hate to think that this survey could disappear onto a shelf and get dust on it, because there's some things in here that we can learn, which it's a negative, but it can be a positive because of what it can cause us to focus on. And I just think it's critical that we just don't let this be another survey. I don't know what you've done in the past, but I see enough in here to excite me that we could sit down and do a bit of a workshop and identify some things that we could do better and how we could do it better. That's what I'm here for, is to improve. It's like your own self, like you might have skills in certain areas. The ones to focus on are the ones that you're not that good on, and build them up. And so I'm very keen to see this be further, not left on the shelf, as I said, and that we actually do focus on some of the things we can pick up. That's what I'm trying to say, enforcing what you're saying.
Yeah, I know there wasn't a question in there, but maybe I could help out with a little bit of what
are you going to do about it?
Yeah, I can help out with what next. So the workshop that you all did with the consultant on your strategic direction, we have that draft strategic direction back. So I think what we do need to do next steps, we have talked about it at the strategy SLT session last Thursday and in the context of these results too. So what I'd like to do next is bring that strategic direction back to council with these survey results and go, okay, these are the focus areas that you all drafted up. Do these stack up with what the community is actually telling you that they want? So there are many uses for it. It's just about remembering that we have done it, and just because we don't like some of the results doesn't mean that you shouldn't take that into Forward Works programs to figure out how we can improve them.
Thank you. Pretty well covered. Well done. Any further questions? No, I think that's good. Good piece of work. Well done, everyone, and we'll follow up on what the next steps are. So I need to get to the right page. 119. Council receive a note. Can I have a mover for that? Thank you, Councillor Thomas. Councillor Shannon. No further discussion. Put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Well done. We are temporary road closures. Welcome, Susie. I think there's just the one, is it?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just another temporary road closure application, but note that we have the wrong date listed in the table, so apologies for that. It's for a Santa Parade date and not the date of Get to the Point, so we'll need to make that modification. So the road closure is actually in November for Get to the Point, with start time of 9:30 to 3 p.m. So apologies, I missed that with all of the reports that are up this week. But yeah, happy to take any questions on Get to the Point.
Councillor Harper.
Susie, is page 205, Get to the Point or Pleasant Point, is that, and I haven't got it right in front of me now because we kicked on so quickly, is page 205.
Yeah.
I think you mean Geraldine.
Excuse me, Councillor Harper, can you please speak up? I can hardly hear you, sorry.
I think you mean Geraldine when you say getting to the point, because you're listing the Geraldine streets there.
That's the issue that we've had, as I've missed it. It's the closure is actually, so it was from the Santa Parade from last month, so apologies for that, but it is for Get to the Point as per the below application, so it's for State Highway 8, where Get to the Point is for those change times as per the information that is in the application, so apologies, I have missed that one.
Sorry, just here, is it, so this discussion point 6?
Yep, so if you look at from discussion point 6, and sorry, I'll just find the page, on page 209, which is the attached review form, it has actually got the right details, so apologies, that has just missed the table on point 6.
Sorry.
So it is for Get to the Point, not for Geraldine, so apologies for that.
Thank you. And so the Geraldine one's all taken care of?
Yeah, that was done last month.
Yep.
Been to Geraldine, now we need to get to Point. Councillor Shannon.
Yeah, noting that the recommendation is to approve the application, not what's written on the front.
Yes.
And to approve the traffic management for the application. I'm happy to move.
Thank you. Councillor Burt, happy to second. No further discussion. If not, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Perfect. And then we have Wadey Road street trees removal and replacement. And welcome Selena as well. Thank you. That was on page 214.
Yeah. So thank you. I'll take the report as read and note that this did come to Council previously in January when we discussed the changes to delegations for removal of trees that were impacting public or private infrastructure. But we didn't get to this particular street, and so there are still some trees, some healthy-ish trees that sit in that section of Waiiti Road. They are, as the report spells out, they are rowan trees. We get a number of complaints around the berries, and the rowan trees themselves are a Canterbury invaders species, so which means that those berries get carried by birds that have eaten them and then disposed of them in other areas. I know Geraldine's working really hard to get them out of, keep them out of the Talbot Forest. And so it's basically takes that opportunity to have a look at that whole corridor, set up once. No, we don't really want to be removing the healthy trees, but since the January report, there have been further removals required with dead wood trees. Once they start taking out, attending on site to deal to the dead wood, they find that the tree itself is actually less live tree than it is dead wood once they actually get into those unhealthy trees. So there's a couple of options there. You could look to not do the work and just continue to respond when we need to do line trims under the Alpine Energy cables and just remove them as they do become dead and dying, or stage it as they become a more dead tree than much tree left, and just remove those ones, so kind of go over the next few years, or we can go in and establish once and remove those trees. But happy to take any questions on that report.
Councillor Burt.
Yeah, look, it's quite obvious what's going on here. In the famous words of Councillor Harper, I think we should whack him out. And I wanted to, with the recommendations there, I want to move those recommendations.
Yes, sorry. We'll go Councillor Pye, Councillor Wilson, then
Okay.
Councillor Jackson. Yep.
So just a couple of questions. One is, when we get a report like this, I'd be really keen, my question is, can in future we have some more specific information? So we talk about the cost of it, which is grand, and I'll come back to that, but we kind of say there are some benefits, but we don't quantify the benefits going forward, so it's really hard for us to understand the cost versus the benefit. And when we talk about regular complaints, is that one person ringing every year on a regular basis, or is that 20 people? You know, it'd be good to get some more context around that, not for this report, but going forward, that would be really good. So I have two questions, and my question is, the street tree maintenance contract provides for a renewal of approximately 80 trees. So I read that and went, oh, so we're just looking for 80 trees. So can you just tell me the relationship between the maintenance and what we actually do? The maintenance contract, 80 trees, and what does it mean if we do more or less?
Yeah, no, so it's just that what 80 trees is what is allowed for within our budgets. We might one year need to do 90, another year we might need to only do 30. So it's just, and there's that flexibility within the contract to do that. And it's just that this Waiiti Road has been identified as one that, one of those benefits, and yes, I've taken on board your comments, is that reduced ongoing maintenance cost of needing to go in and particularly trim the trees under the power lines, and then continually go as we're getting kind of branch fall or issues with those trees.
Last one is absolutely a comment, but when we consider this, I'll make it a question, but not for you, for councillors. We're happy to spend $20,000 here. That, is really, we don't have to spend it, it is a choice. And I would just ask councillors to keep that in the back of their mind when we think about what we're going to spend in a paper coming up on the Pleasant Point pool.
Thank you, Worship. Just a couple of comments which will be followed by a question. I went for a walk through this area in the weekend, which is easy for me because I live just around the corner. My humble opinion, and I talked to my wife because she's knows a lot about this sort of stuff. These trees are very poor specimens. Like, they're ugly. I'm sorry, they are ugly. And I went for the walk in a positive mind frame. I think that I wasn't looking for anything negative. The thing I also learnt was, they should come out, but I doubt a need, and this led to my question, I doubt a need to replace them, because one of the things I noted, the amazing vegetation that a lot of those properties have inside their boundary fences, like beautiful, I don't know all the shrubs' names, but there's small shrubs, trees that any greenie would be excited by. So when I was walking there, I thought, well, what value would really replacing them be when there's so much vegetation, when you do take time and stop and get off your phone or get out of your car and walk and take it in. So my question is, what do you think of that idea?
I like trees.
Save some of that money.
Yeah, I suppose we try and replace what we remove where we can within reason. If there's power cables or whatever, we try and keep the number of trees that are around for the community within the streetscape if we can. But I do take on board your point, and yes, certainly open to that consideration if that's a direction council would like to go in.
Yeah,
Anything in our policy that we recently adopted that means we have to?
I'd need to check that, but I think it's more around keeping trees, amenity value of the tree. So if there is greater amenity value in the neighbouring properties.
thank you. Councillor Jackson, then Councillor Piddington.
Where to start? I've got quite a few questions, but I'll try and keep them succinct. Firstly, why do we plant them in the first place? I mean, what was someone thinking? If we knew that these sort of issues were going to occur, I don't understand how we could be planting them in the first place, given that how long ago were they planted? About what? How many years ago do we know? We don't. Okay. I would have thought that even then they would have had the understanding that certain trees are not suitable for certain places. But I will say, good consultation with those people that didn't want the Callery pear tree. So it was good that we actually engaged with them and got their feedback, so that's obviously a no-go as well. My other questions were, we haven't actually said what species now that we're going to replace, if we replace, what we're going to replace them with. So why have we not got a replacement species in mind?
Are we just reviewing the suitability of other trees that would work in that environment, being that, you know, you've got quite a constrained environment. You want to make sure that the roots aren't going to go too far to upset our underground utilities, and also not grow too high so they don't upset our overhead utilities. So we're still just working through the list of what could be suitable in that location and potentially with those soil types. So we're just working with the arborist on that.
So further to that, I like Councillor Wilson took a bit of a walk, and some of those power lines are actually quite low, aren't they? Very, very low. It's got me thinking though, with Waiheke Road in particular, with the amount of traffic that's now heading down Waiheke Road, what is the future of that thoroughfare going to look like 20 or 30 years from now? Because if we're talking about trees and we put them in now, we're thinking about a treescape that will be 20 or 30 years down the track, right? So is that road still going to be fit for purpose, given that we are building out that end of town? More people are moving out there, we're getting more and more traffic flow. So has any thought gone into that at all, Susie?
Yeah, it has. So obviously we've got a restricted road reserve width. Waiheke Road is, you know, the standard 20.1 metres, and up to around 10,000 vehicles a day with some, you know, higher peaks is absolutely fine to have at that single traffic direction. There wouldn't be room with just the trees alone to increase the road width anyway. So if you were looking for 2 lanes of traffic, it's very highly unlikely, based on the space that is currently available in Gleneaty and further afield, that it would increase the traffic that significantly, that we'd be looking to have a wider road than State Highway 1 through Timaru.
I'd hate to see us put some trees in and then have to chop them down, because I know that Councillor Shannon here would not be very happy about that. Just one other thing, just very quickly. Do we actually have a tree street asset management approach to the trees, so that we know what's out there, what could be troublesome in the future, short term and long term?
Yep, so we have an asset register. So we do know where we have street trees, where they're marked as a street tree, and what type of tree that is, and generally some pretty good condition rating on, you know, a high percentage of those trees. What we're working on currently is the development of that forward vision on, you know, what does it look like. And the reason that the celery pears, for example, were selected initially for Waiheke Road is because that's the same trees that we've currently got on at King Street, and there's some the new ones that have been replaced on Old North Road are also that type, and there's also some on Otapua Road. So it's kind of like that corridor. You know, that's the kind of the entrance to Timaru is that type of tree. So that was why we suggested the celery pear, because A, they're suitable for that environment, aren't going to get too big, and ironically we haven't had any complaints from the other areas about fishy smells from those trees, but anyway. But yeah, so that's what we're working on, is that as part of our improvement plan and in our current asset management plan around defining further kind of a bit of a street tree, well, not a strategy, but just a bit of a plan on what the life of those street trees is. So we know that, we're only going to get in a street tree, they live in a really harsh environment, they're up against it, they do only have a certain life, and we want to make sure that we've got that renewal program set out and how we want to create these, these potential carbon sinks and just create a nice place to be on our streets.
Councillor Piddington and then back to Councillor Wilson. How are we going over here?
I'm with Councillor Wilson. I don't think we don't need to replace the trees. We've talked about harsh environments, constrained growing, the amount of green trees that are there. For Councillor Pye, I'm voting against spending and I'll be voting against it later on. So I'll be consistent in that. But I think, parks and other things, but I just wonder, because it says the cost to put them in, then there's maintenance and there's ongoing costs that we tend to forget about. So, it's not as simple as spending that and waiting 20 years. Some of them won't make it, we'll replace one of them, we'll have to water them, and I just don't think they're adding value on Waiiti Road. So I'd like to see, as part of the recommendation, an option to remove and do nothing.
I'll go to Councillor Wilson, and if there's no further questions, we'll move to the... Oh, Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. I'm not trying to delay the discussion here. Just quickly, I did forget to mention that from Craighead Street East down Waiiti Road, there are no trees. And so if you have a look like that, it works with no trees there, it's got wider footpath. So I just don't see it. I just don't see the need personally. I'm not trying to justify what I said before, but if you go up the full length of Waiiti Road, you'll find that most of it doesn't have trees in those areas, but there's vegetation everywhere.
Councillor Shannon.
You knew I was coming, eh? I'm actually more a supporter of of option 3, doing it over time thing, because I do think when we budget for these things that we can have nice things. That we don't just have to look at concrete everywhere. And you're looking 30 years down the track, down Waiiti Road, for example, you can see that berms are going to disappear and that'll all be asphalt. So we're going to go fence line, grey footpath, road, grey footpath, fence line. I can't think of anything worse. Now, when you have a look at the most attractive places around town, the things that are traffic calming, they make people proud of their environment and also proud of what's within their own sections as well. If outside their section, it is attractive. Timaru is an attractive place. And I'm going to give credit to the wonderful people out at the Republic of Geraldine, because one of the most remarkable things and things I love most about Geraldine is trees. They are what makes that town there, right in the middle of the town. And everything that they're doing in their walks and what have you, it's about trees. It's about actually having green, not just grey, not just asphalt, not just concrete. I think over the course of time we do need to replace these trees, and when we look at the larger scheme of things, 20k, if it's 20k over 3 years, that's a heck of a great investment, isn't it, to help to beautify a main route within our city. I think we need to be, I'd love to see a proper strategy like what you're talking about, and including the varieties that we should be planting in that work well, and also eliminate some of the things that are issues, like for example, leaves in autumn. And I know that evergreen, they drop leaves year round, but they never block your drains. And the lovely trees in the main street of Temuka now, that they look beautiful. They're growing really fast. They smell lovely when they flower, and they actually help to make a nice environment where people want to be. When we're talking about Waiiti Road, we're not just talking about travel, we're talking about a street that people live on. So I most certainly will not be supporting just whacking them out.
All right, anyone else? Chainsaw, you haven't spoken?
Okay, comment. I don't actually have a question. So, a bit like Councillor Shannon, I support option 3, and it's, well, there's going to be a cost if we do nothing. There will be a cost if we just remove, and obviously there's a cost to replace. So we're not just going to save $20,000 even if we do nothing, because we're going to have to still maintain those trees or chop them out, whack them out at some point. So this is not just removing the trees without replacement. It's actually getting a suitable tree, replacing it, and then we will have that amenity value over the next probably 50 years for the life of the tree.
Thank you. Just for process, I just need to move that council suspend Standing Order 4.2 to allow the meeting to continue for more than 2 hours. I'll move that from the Chair. Councillor Pye, thank you. Put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Right. Who didn't get to speak? Who would like to? Councillor Harper.
Thank you. I'm just wondering the procedure for altering the recommendation.
If you want to move an option,
I want to move an option to alter the recommendation to take out number 2 and approve the removal of 41 as the total. 41 underneath the power lines.
So
Is the 34 plus 7?
You want to take them all?
No, it's the 34.
It's a total of 34, including the ones under the power lines.
Yes, correct, yeah.
Yep. That's it.
Did Councillor Burt not already move something that just never got seconded?
Take out number 2.
Is that correct? Okay. No, apologies. Just for process sake, Councillor Burt did move a motion. I missed that. My apologies. So we'll have to go back to that first motion. And you moved which motion? The 2 as is. Okay. So I'll just call for a seconder on that motion.
This is.
Yeah, but-
Is this pointing to option 1 or option 3? Because they both do the same thing.
This is option 1.
This is.
This is not option 3.
So.
But it's doing the same thing that says up there.
Yeah, it is. So, Councillor Burt, is your preference over a shorter space of time or over a 3-year period?
I second that.
Okay, so that's the motion. Option 3, a seconder for option 3. Is there any debate for or against? Councillor Jackson?
I support option number 1.
Okay, thank you. I will. Any further? Yep. Councillor Harper, you may want.
Option 2 is replacing the trees, isn't it?
No, that's 2. That's recommendation, not option.
Yeah. So this is putting them back in.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, number 2. Number 2.
This recommendation is to remove them and then replace.
Yeah,
okay.
It's just over a longer
Can we
period of
alter
time.
the recommendation to take out number 2?
No, so we're dealing with the first
This one.
one, and then if that's not successful, then we'll come back to you. Yeah. But no, the amendment that Councillor Harper wants is to remove 2. So that is the recommendation that Councillor Burt has moved and Councillor Shannon has seconded. We'll put that motion. Oh, sorry, Councillor.
Sorry, if you want to keep the trees, just do it. Over a 3-year period, we're going to look silly going up there, back, up and back. I mean, the money's there. Why would you opt for over 3 years? I mean, I'm going to vote against it anyway, but I just think extending the 3-year time frame is just nuts.
Right, would you like to? Yeah. Okay, so we'll amend it, and so it's just, it's taking out the 3 years. So Councillor Burt, Councillor Shannon, I will put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? So that is carried. Would you like that recorded? Councillor Piddington, Councillor Wilson and Councillor Harper. Is that correct? Yep.
Councillor Piddington, you were just against it just because of the cost, nothing else?
I just don't think we need trees. Just because they were there doesn't mean we have to replace them, especially to Councillor Wilson's point from Craighead Street down. There's no trees on Wadey Road and no one cares.
Okay, so motion's finished, so we don't need to make comments once we've got to that point. So we are now going to adjourn for a lunch period. So, and we've got the main one. Point of order, come on. We will get back at 1:15 on the dot. That gives you plenty of time. Thank you. We now go to, where are we? 9.9, which is Central Business District footpath renewal across all the towns, and welcome Selena and Susie, and that is on page 220. Thank you.
Yes, thanks, Your Worship. So I will take the report as read, but just highlight some good things that have been happening out in the Temuka Central Business District. So last financial year, the Community Board directed the entirety of the strategic plan funding to renewing the pavers through there with the bands and asphalt treatment, which, as you'll read in the report, has been pretty well received, and Councillor Shannon might have some more feedback on that perhaps. And so I suppose that is why I have suggested that for this financial year we continue progress made in Temuka and expand that out to Geraldine, where there is less underground conflict than we have currently on Stafford Street, and then continue to work towards that 2027, 2028 replacement of tiles in the CBD of Timaru, where there is the funding available through the previous city-town budgets. So yeah, just really kind of happy to take any questions on the report.
Thank you. Probably the first one for me, just Timaru specific. We've sort of always been told, and then I know we've made formal requests to other infrastructure providers around what they're doing within the CBD, and we've done that this year. But we've been having this conversation, and this is probably what the general population don't understand. Is actually one of the major restrictions is we don't want to replicate, or we want to do it once and do it right. But where are we at with that? Have we had responses from Alpine Energy and others around what works requirements are within the CBD area?
Yeah, good question. And so where we're at with that is probably the first project is that we're actually undertaking at the moment as a somewhat coordinated project, which you would have driven past coming in here today, which is the Barnard Street works, and it will also expand out onto Stafford Street, where we are, Alpine are currently installing services and renewing what they need to renew. The utilities infrastructure through there also needs renewing and has got a tender out at the moment, I believe, for the work. So that is from Walcombe Street down to George Street. And so as a result of that, we in Transport will be resurfacing the road and also undertaking the footpath renewal, particularly outside the theatre where there is tiles at the moment. So they will be utilising the tiles that are going through the laneway system. So we've started. So we've got the first project that is underway currently. And as far as the rest of Stafford Street, it's a significant amount of renewal work. So we have a draft forward works program from our own utilities team, which is based on age at this point. They're just refining that to condition, which will highlight the priorities for them. And we still may end up, if we proceed with the funding that is sitting in next financial year and decide to go ahead and do all of Stafford Street footpaths, we still may be in advance of some of those programs, but would be at least be able to coordinate on at least one of the sections. So we're at that level. Alpine Energy are working on their forward works program at the moment, and we've got a meeting with them tomorrow morning to find out where they're at with their current funding of their budgets. So.
And can you talk to just the cost around reinstatement, where and how that falls? Because I'm just conscious of, if we were to go in Tarsiel versus Tile, and just talking about Timaru specifically, and then we'll maybe bounce between the CBDs, where does that cost land? If we're going to just go and, if we were to tomorrow resurface the entire street, then someone comes up and needs to dig it up again, where does that cost land?
So I suppose at the end of the day, it's still the ratepayer in some way, shape or form, be it, so the cost would land for, if Alpine were to go and do their own works, then that would be a reinstatement requirement on Alpine, who provide our lines and charge us line charges, and same with the utilities, if they were to need to go and replace after we'd undertaken a renewal of the footpaths after us, then yeah, that would fall on the utilities provider. And probably just noting that obviously stormwater would still remain within council, so that would be a direct ratepayer cost, whereas the water and sewer reinstatement would sit with the new entity, but again, still met by the public purse, I suppose.
That's cool. Okay, no, that's cool. We'll go to questions, and then maybe, is there just thinking about this, is there an, because it may be slightly, in the paper talks to that, slightly different approaches for the different CBDs. So do we want to do some general questions first and then maybe tick the CBDs off one by one if there's sort of different approaches? Would that be of use? Yep. So maybe we do some generic stuff and then we'll focus in on, we'll start with Geraldine at the top and then work our way down.
Discussion on what should be done
yes.
to them, or just a general discussion on, yes, it's a good idea to start works?
Yeah, I mean, you can start wherever you like. Yeah, sorry. Oh, yeah, we can start with Tamika. Yeah, let's do that. There we go. Councillor Shannon.
Yeah, thanks very much. And then thank you, Susie. Yeah, probably just to give other elected members just some commentary and feedback, and I know Councillor Pye can as well, about what the result is out at Tamika, where we used our strategic funding and some other footpath work was reallocated into that. And two things that have stood out is that one, the asphalt provides a really nice smooth surface. And when we're having a look, and one of the things within the report that stands out, of course, is that particular demographic that is less stable on their feet, that is getting larger, and moving into the future, we're going to have to cater to them even more. And you can see that with this finish, that's been addressed. And it's not just the smoothness of it, but it is differentiated from the rest of town with the border. And all feedback I've had, and I mean all feedback, has been that it looks really, really good, because it doesn't have to be much different from just asphalt to look good. It's the other advantages I noticed is that the removal of the tiles that were in place and the putting in the asphalt was really quick. In terms of disruption to foot traffic and business, it was. It's got to be less, surely, than repaving, and I know there's nothing planned there in the near future for services underneath, but if it did have to get dug up, you'll tell us what the cost per metre is of asphalt, but if it needs to get dug up and redone, it's not cost prohibitive as if it was with concrete, I suppose. So it looks good, it's practical, you can see the longevity in terms of ease of use is really, really good, and yeah, I'm a supporter. We've done. What percentage of town would you say we've done now? Just over half. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd suggest we're about halfway through. Still have to have a discussion about the treatment of the town centre itself and that crossing point and how we'd make.
Sure.
But yeah, about halfway through, and yeah, I think it was around that $75,000-ish. There wasn't a lot of funding that went in from the general budget to cover that, but I'd have to confirm that. But yeah, we've managed to do quite a bit.
Yep.
And yeah, it has worked well. And yeah, to your question around concrete, yeah, definitely concrete would be the most expensive reinstatement option. It also, obviously, good brushed concrete or exposed aggregate surface gives really good slip resistance in all conditions, but very, very expensive to construct in the first place and to renew when the utilities need to go and do their thing. So, yep. Whereas with the paver bands, we have a condition in our local operating procedures, which is when a utilities provider wants to dig up a footpath or a road, one of the conditions within that, which we're checking much closer nowadays than we have in the past, is around the full reinstatement of the asphalt within that block, within the paver band.
Yep.
So you'll have a full square or rectangle as opposed to wee patches within that.
Yeah, and the 50%, we say 50% of Temuka's been done, but it is the high foot traffic part of town as well. Of course, you know, we're outside the doctor's surgeries, the exposed areas to the library and what have you. So it would be fair to say that Temuka, in terms of foot traffic, it's 3/4 done, really. And that's the good work of the community board, to be fair, particularly our chair, Charles Scarsbrook. And I know Councillor Pye had a lot to do with it as well. Do you want to add to that?
Geraldine.
Just feeding off that, Councillor Shannon and Pye, if I could include you, maybe there needs to be a more of a sort of a, and Susie, of course, a sort of a group discussion, in my view, of what needs to be done in Geraldine, because there are areas that are undercover, which are fine, and there are corners at Wilson and Talbot Street, which are, if there was going to be replacement, you would do that piecemeal, but, you know, money is money, so we don't want to just go ripping up everything. And I have had a request from our chair of our Geraldine.nz, sort of pleading for consideration for businesses in the CBD when the work is done and the timing of that. So, which brick comes up, which brick stays, that's something for future discussion in detail and costings.
I think there does need to be a conversation with Geraldine, and particularly the Geraldine Community Board, so each of them get a strategic amount, 70,000. I was started before I got here, but my understanding was it was sort of to assist with infrastructure that actually needed to be done. Geraldine's consistently said no to the tiles, so effectively I think that conversation's got to be had, because I don't think it's appropriate that one community, being Temuka, uses their strategic money for tiles and the other one doesn't. I actually think they should be using their 70,000 for this tiles, and as you can see, it's actually not that costly to do what they've done. So that's just my view from as sitting here as a CE. And I think that we have to think hard about that 70,000 for the current financial year.
I haven't got an argument with you, Mr. Trainer, and I'm sure the community board would be open to that. What has been turned down, if I can remember, and I wasn't even there, but somebody has told me, one of the community board, was that the areas that they were that you were talking about for spending is not the problem areas. So the areas that they were talking about may have been down another place. They weren't talking about Talbot Street and Wilson Street. They were or they weren't?
Yes, so the August 2025 report had identified outside Westpac, the Village Green area through there, outside the Crown Hotel and the opposite corner. It did skip out one corner because it didn't have quite enough with the width of those footpaths we needed through there. It wasn't quite enough funding to do that. Yeah. So there was one corner that was missed out, but 3 of the 4 corners were included in that report in August. I have since heard from the chair, and he is interested in progressing this further and having a bit of a discussion. So I think there's definitely appetite for that to occur.
Good.
That's good.
You just need to organise yourself and Andy to go for a walk with Susie and Heather. Job done. You pick where you want it to happen.
That's fine. If many of the community board want to turn up, just fine. Oh, just finishing off, has there been any other good ideas with regard to covering the pavers with a gritty, gluey surface that could replicate asphalt, rather than going through the whole process of replacement?
We've tried quite a few different things and looked into quite a few different options, and it comes down to the foot traffic and the durability in the the public space setting, and that's the issue that we have. So we have treated some areas on Stafford Street with a non-slip treatment, and we did have an improved level of service there for a period of time, but they still look like the same tiles, and so there's still that concern that they are still slippery. So changing the streetscape as part of the renewal is, I suggest, worthwhile, because then you've got a very different visual element, so the people can see that something has happened.
Yeah, I agree. There's got to be some actual physical change, otherwise you're just dealing with that perception reality forever. And the opportunity here today is actually to put this to bed, whether it's right or wrong. But and I know, understanding it's a lot of money, but I did, my original email to you, Susie and Nigel, was around let's utilise and reprioritise, understanding that there will be drops in other renewals if need be. However, it's for 1 year. I'm also of the view, personally, that the CBD money sitting in whatever years now could be brought forward and reprioritised just to get this again done. But my view, and I don't, I'm happy to be led by the communities, Jordan, Temuka. We haven't technically touched on point, but there's not a whole lot of tiles out there, is there? It's more borders.
Yeah, there's a small section in the town centre, in the wee village centre, that's it. So there's not much that would just be, done next time we go out and do footpaths in Pleasant Point. Yeah,
but with Timaru CBD specifically, it was it's in part of the CBD upgrade funding, and so I think there's a expectation from the community around, what an upgrade streetscape looks like, and I think, I don't know if Tar Seal's going to cut it. Maybe it's the cheapest option, but if you're looking to renewal and infrastructure upgrades, actually another tile might be the option, but it's not the same colour tile, it's probably a different colour tile, and then what other, gardens, etc., can be tied up. So it actually does look like there's, been some improvements more along the lines of what an Ashburton, on that one side sort of has ended up looking like, because ultimately that funding is part of that city town upgrade stuff, and so I think we need to be smart in how we use it. But again, for me, it's actually putting a map in place, time frame, and just hitting it. Yes, there's some conversations, but we know what we need to do. Some little conversations around, reprioritisation of funding. I know inside organisation, it's probably not going to be perfect. There'll be officers wanting some priorities on, renewals of footpaths. One question I do have, if we're doing all the CBD stuff, does that get the same subsidy? Does it get the 51? No, so it's outside of that. Yeah. So it depends on what budget you take it from.
Current government policy statement deprioritised walking and cycling. So we went from having a funded program of around $2 million per annum for renewal of footpaths to a funded level of around 500,000. And I think those have been around the table for a while. Remember me talking about the fact that you could be born in a house and retire in that same house and not see the footpath replaced based on that level of funding on our 360 odd kilometres of footpath that we've got out there. So. Yeah.
However, you can visit our CBDs and appreciate
the beautiful areas. Yep.
Councillor Harper.
Just, Susie, the communications might have to be well put together regarding Geraldine at the timing, and I note there's sadly, there is a tree that's been planted right opposite the Westpac in the Geraldine Green area that is putting a root system and making a trip hazard there. So before any asphalt's going to be put down, I think we're going to have to give it the coup de grace. So.
That's a new one.
It's a new one, the old coup de
Thank you.
I think it's certainly particularly Stafford Street, but yes, taking on board your point about Geraldine as well, making sure we work with the businesses for a suitable time of year for that renewal. But it's a significant program. It would be one that I'd suggest would be reporting updates through to the Projects and Procurement Committee, and would need to go through the Project Control Group as well to make sure we've thought everything through and got the council team across it as far as that stakeholder engagement team, so Summer Stevens' team, making sure we've got that support as well to deliver the size of that project. I mean, Temuka was a little bit easier. We did it in that quiet time of year and it worked pretty well. Yeah, but it certainly would be a bigger scale project that would need to go through those gateways.
Thank you. Sorry, Nigel, do you have a comment? And then Councillor Wilson.
I think timing is tricky. I think the Temuka and Geraldine is probably doable before December-ish, maybe not.
Potentially not with Geraldine, just with the activity they have over that time of year. I'd suggest probably after Easter you'd actually go in and work through, but I mean, I'd be led by the conversations we'd have with the community board and the businesses. But yeah, Temuka we could just pretty much carry on.
And then,
that would be by Christmas, yes.
And then in Timaru is a completely different kettle of fish, isn't it? Because effectively you're going to have to work out what are we replacing what with what. We're going to have to go into the CBD and really, really talk with those businesses, because it will be disruption of one way or another. And so therefore we're going to have to think that through. And secondly, you don't want to, you've got to make it look good. Whether it's tar seal or tiles, you've got to make it look good, and you're going to have to think that through. So I don't know how long this takes. And also the cost is the other part, because I know that when Ashburton did theirs, they did the whole lot. They did all the infrastructure as well as the tiles. So we haven't been able to get the cost of that yet from them for just the tiles. We know the cost of doing the whole thing, which was about 17 million. So we've got to think that through. I suppose we've got to think about the timing. When is it?
But the problem with this is we've been thinking about the timing forever, and you know, we've had those upgrades in the plan and then they've been pulled out, and we haven't, in my view, been fairly told that they're not there. I was waiting on a date, which was about 3 years ago, and when we could start doing the CBD upgrades, and then hear that, you know, the infrastructure investment isn't sitting in there. So, yeah, that's fine. If we're going to plan upgrades, that's fine. But again, it needs to be reprioritised and moved ahead quickly. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Worship. I did note that a lot of this tiling was done in the late 1990s and some of the early 2000s. So my question is, what's under the tiles? When they did the tiling then, they must have done a stock take on the infrastructure underneath the tiles. And would that be recorded here? Like what I'm thinking, if it's been replaced in 1994, it's not going to be needed to replace now. I just wonder if there was a stock take taken underneath at the time.
To a point. So each individual asset owner has a pretty good asset register of roughly where those pipes and cables sit, but not necessarily to the nearest half metre, probably in some areas. And so they've got the stock taken in regards to their condition and their asset age. As far as directly under the tiles, the tidying up the surface, i.e., asphalt or pavers, is the easy part of the question. Like we've just really got to remove it. There's not much work. There's very little delay in undertaking that work, as we've seen out in Temuka. It doesn't take a long time. It's that potential for the pipes and cables that are underneath, which are significant underneath, needing renewed, I suppose. And yeah, I take on board your point, Your Worship, around the time that has taken. But we have got success with the one outside the theatre.
So to answer your question, it's mixed. There's mixed. So there is some under there that is needing to be, if you just take age, there is some under there that is 1 to 3 years left, There are some that has got 4 to 6 years and some that is younger. Okay, so Andrew can probably talk more to that, but the condition hasn't been fully done.
Okay, the only reason I asked the question was if we knew that some of it was renewed when they laid the tiles down last time, it's unlikely you'd want to rip them up. And so it would just save.
I'll get Mr. Lester to talk to us.
For the
Thank
water
you.
assets, they weren't replaced at that time. The typical date that we've got for installation along Stafford Street is 1907 and 1913. Now, periods have been updated, sections and stuff. So when the traffic lights were done, we did get in and replace some of the assets in there at that time. We had that opportunity. So they're on that edge of useful life, so starting to see failure and now wear for that age.
Councillor Thomas.
I just want to take things back a wee bit and...
Councillor Thomas, can you please use your microphone, thank you.
And some of these comments may relate to the earlier presentation that we had from Mr. Shercliffe. But the disability perspective for tiles, wherever they are, Geraldine, Temuka, Timaru, is really important that we can provide a safe, accessible footpath for our wheelchair users, if people use crutches, scooters, walkers, whatever, but people with vision impairments. Because when we talk about slippery tiles or falls or whatever, they're the people that are most affected. And as Councillor Shannon has said, that is an increasing part of our population. So I have got a few questions, but my first question is that you talked about having consultation, and I might have got the words slightly wrong, but with key stakeholders, and that inferred to me that was the CBD business owners. My question is, have we actually made any formal consultation with the disability community?
Great question. And yes, ahead of installing the paver bands and the asphalt, so the trial that we did on street between Beswick Street and Strathallan Corner, we have done some of that engagement and got some feedback, and was generally really positive for the paver band. But yes, it would be something that, following the outcome of this meeting around the preferred typology or the materials that we'd be using, that we'd need to carry on and do that and make sure we got some samples so people can see it, touch it, feel it, and know what it actually is.
We will go and include in that, like, disability groups, blind, low vision, for example, sort of thing. So, okay.
Yes, correct. And you would have seen with the Church Street, Stafford Street corner, we've got some very lovely, bright yellow pedestrian treatments there. So we are considering that as part of our design, which is also probably why the recommendation is for that hybrid approach from me around treating the intersections that a little bit differently, because when you've got the asphalt at the intersections, obviously there's no veranda covering at that area, but also it's much easier to put those tactile crossing treatments onto asphalt than it is to try and get them to adhere to a tile.
Thank you. I sort of had this question answered earlier on in the council room from Elliot, but I just want to make sure that whatever we're using does meet or exceed the standards that are there. Well, I don't know what they are, but so I know that the tiles is the new whatever going to also meet that?
Yes, we'd make sure it did. We'd get the test results. If there was another treatment other than an asphalt footpath, yes, we'd make sure.
Sorry, one more question is this. So if the tiles at the moment, this is not really looking forward, this is looking at the moment. So if our tiles let's just say, become slippery, or people complain about them being slippery or icy or whatever they might be doing, what do we do now? And I don't mean necessarily repair. Do we have some sort of health and safety process or something that we go through when somebody says these tiles are dangerous? What actually happens?
So we probably do get an under-reporting of the incidents that occur, but when we do get an incident, staff will generally call the member of public, check in on them and see what's happening. We'll also go and inspect the site and arrange any remedial. If it's a trip hazard, we'll go in and arrange a repair for the trip hazard. We also proactively deep clean the central business districts, which, because the nature of the paver, silts and petrochemicals and all those things, get into the paver and kind of sit in that little bit of the grip area. So by doing that deep clean, it removes that. So we undertake that as proactively, and I suppose starting that trial, having a look at how the community would feed back into the section from Beswick Street to Strathallan Corner was another area that we'd heard that had been an issue, and so we try something a bit different.
Do we ever put up a sign that's saying there's slippery tiles or whatever like that? Take care,
No, we don't. We don't frost treat our footpaths, so we don't grit or CMA or apply signage. We've got, as I said before, around 365, might be 366 kilometres of footpaths. And so it's just not the level of service that we are currently funded to provide.
I'm sure that 365 are not complained about compared to CBD. So I'm just, okay, you've answered the question. I mean, in my view, just accessibility needs to be given a high priority, and it needs to be a core performance measure, not just a consult. And so.
Sorry, Andrew, what do you think, estimate dollar value, all of CBD?
I'm ballparking here, but just Stafford Street itself would be about 10 million for the three water assets. Just also diving a wee bit deeper in, there was some rider mains installed in 97, so probably at that same time as some of the tiles went in, but not the mains, the trunk mains that come down. The
trunk mains in the road or the...
They mainly in the footpath. The sewer is in the road for most of Stafford Street, but when you start to get around the peripherals or where it's turning, it comes back in under.
So you do water and sewer at the same time?
Yep, and you would also, the stormwater as well. The other one with stormwater is the upsizing as well that's required.
Yeah.
And of course, stormwater, the improved treatment for water quality.
That will probably, while we're working through at the moment, Stafford Street, for outside the theatre, etc., that block, Barnard Street, we're also going to have to look around stormwater treatment devices in there, which is probably a retrofitting of a few rain gardens with that treescape to improve that stormwater quality for discharge.
Do like a good rain garden?
Yeah, they're quite a nice...
Yeah, no, they're effective.
Yep.
Look good too. Question though, because I mean we're obviously prioritising that end of town because of the theatre. However, that's not the perceived problem, is it? It's the other two areas. We'll go to Councillor Piddington.
It looks as though we can sort Temuka and Geraldine reasonably easily. I have the same concerns as you, Nige, though. We don't want to put it down and rip it up 2 years later. I'm wondering whether we can expedite a report on what's under it, the age of it, and because what Andrew's talking sounds like 10 million to me. I have no idea, but suddenly you're in the gun for 20 million. But I take the point, we need to expedite it, but we need to know what we're deciding, as in what's underneath concerns me more than what's on top, because there's nothing the public hates more than us to seal it, pave it, and a year later rip it up at their cost.
Yeah, this has always been the challenge, isn't it? And I agree, I think we've got some relatively easy solution-ish all the other CBDs. But I think there's probably parallel work streams. I think, Ms. Lester, you can probably look at what those costs are, and probably within QE, I think we've done some work previously too, eh?
Yeah, we've done some work. I've got, while the effort is going in there at the moment, we've also got another parallel program around that, the designing and procurement for the CBD.
Okay.
For those renewals. So that's in parallel for this financial year. That's what we were.
Okay, and then I guess there could be a parallel work stream to look at the options, maybe look at some other paver options, et cetera, out, so we could even get to the point where we get some samples and maybe consider those together, and maybe let's go offline but line up a time frame so we can keep moving it. We could delegate to you.
Yeah, I think what the team were trying to do was, it was signalled in the LTP in 27, 28, and that's what they were trying to aim towards. Now, if we bring it forward, I'm not sure whether how much we'll get done that isn't in 27, 28, but we've got to get the work done. So we just need to get a program and actually bring it forward. But we've got to go with our eyes open.
Yeah, again, it was all in the program, and when we pull back on the CBD funding, I think at that time some of the renewals underneath got pulled back or reprioritised, which I don't think, in my view, was well articulated up, but we are where we are. Anyway, Councillor Jackson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, look, I certainly agree in principle to option 3. We've been kicking this down the road for a while now. It's the gift that keeps on giving and keeps on coming back to us. So yeah, I can see there are some concerns regarding some of the unknowns. Totally get that and respect that. But I think we do need to kick on with this and get things moving. My question is, what happens to all the tiles, the leftover tiles? Is there a market for those? I mean, what happens to them? There's a lot of them.
Driveways.
We'll have a great disposal process that we'll work out once we work out how we're replacing them. But yes, their book value would be extremely low right now, and their utilisation in future public spaces would not be recommended by officers. But there could be a process where in the past they have gone to Crow's Nest, that kind of thing. But yeah, we're obviously on a bigger scale, the whole of Stafford Street, so.
We could make a special display for the museum. What the road used to be like, or what the footpath used to be like.
Okay, so just in discussions with Andrew, I'm just thinking realistic timeframes as far as the Three Waters would be November for a paper. And so do you think that would be, as far as the Timaru CBD, that could be run in parallel roughly? That's probably gives you enough time?
Yeah, no, that should be fine. Would be good to discuss those options,
yep,
A through D, and just have a bit of
that.
just to get a bit of a steer from yourselves of what options we're going to be pricing up.
100%. Let's do that now. So as far as general process, dealing with the two suburbs, townships, separately, we can move ahead on those. Officers will work with community boards, et cetera, relevant stakeholders. Timaru CBD will run papers to November, and we'll now have a discussion on what other options that we want you to go away and have a look at. Yep, cool. Sorry, just...
Yeah, so the options there, so option A is the like for like, which is what we've got outside Sophia Street, Sophia Street, Church Street, so Harcourt's Corner. That's one that was replaced I suppose about 4 years ago now. So it's the same looking tile, and it's similar to what we had outside the old bank, etc. before we did the traffic signal, so took the opportunity to implement the asphalt at that location. The feedback that we've had from that is that they're the same and they're still slippery, but they do actually meet the new standard. And then obviously option B is looking at that more of a contemporary style, like what Dunedin City's got or Ashburton District's got. So that could be a useful comparator. And then obviously the option C, which is what we've gone ahead with in Temuka. And then option, which is the locally supplied concrete paving stone with asphalt in the middle. And then the hybrid approach, which is a combination of whatever the preferred option for different tile treatments and having the intersections undertaken with asphalt and paver band.
And in those A, B, C, D, if you rank them in order of financial, is there a difference or are they the same?
D's the cheapest, followed...
D.
Yeah, D would be the cheapest. Well, C would be the cheapest, then D, then A and then B.
But so D could be asphalt corners, etc. Literally hybrid tiles where we want them to look a bit prettier, aesthetics, but, so...
Yeah, and probably just also noting that the hybrid approach also does align with the City-Town Master Plan works. Asphalt is included in that environment in the palette, so it's not against that. It's just worth noting. But yeah, probably the most expensive will be replacing those pavers with a new contemporary type of tile.
Question as far as colour of asphalt. We've talked about this before because we didn't put any colouring into that bit between Beswick, and so that will fade over time, and you'll get asphalt that looks like old asphalt. Can you put colour into the asphalt to maintain colour, or what's the treatment? I'm just thinking for the future governance in 20 years' time, people are going to not be whinging about slippery. They're going to be having complaining probably about asphalt that doesn't look like it's new.
Well, in my experience, they usually get dug up for a new water connection or a new power connection or a new fibre connection at some point in time. So you do end up with the odd patch of new. But yes, that is a bit of a concern that it does turn grey over time. There are other treatment options that you can do, like a rejuvenation seal. So basically, painting on top of the asphalt to bring its colour back. Not paint, but a special bitumen-based kind of paint. So that's an option, which I'd look to get some square metre rates that I can bring into the report as well. I suppose that is a concern that it would go grey. But as far as the colour, if you have a look out the window here, that lovely salmon pink colour that we've got out the front, it used to be red. So it can work, but it still fades, and it does cost quite a bit more per square metre to construct.
It's over a few years though, isn't it? Do you know when that was laid?
Around the same time, that 1997-ish.
Yeah,
It's lasted well, but it's been salmon pink for the 10 years I've worked here. So it did fade, I think, probably in the first 5 to 10 years, and it fades to a colour. You're not using that full bitumen, you're using kind of more an epoxy kind of solution, so it does, it can work, but it can also go from red to pink.
Okay, cool. So discussions, I voiced I'm happy with a hybrid, but if we need to probably make some comparisons anyway, don't we? So at the time we're looking funds versus, sure, Councillor Thomas.
Rather than just ranking those just on the basis of the cost, so just thinking back to my earlier questions around the disability community, how would they rank them, do you think?
We can include that in a report.
We can follow that up in the report further, but obviously asphalt's pretty smooth, so it would rank pretty high. But maybe that's one of the part of the things we'll bring in, a bit of a multi-criteria analysis as part of the report, with cost as one of the options.
multi-criteria analysis. That's great.
I was just
Councillor
gonna, there's a ton of material out there where all this is done already that involves communities all the time, and around all the different types of materials used and all that sort of thing. So it should be baked in there, and we can get some, obviously people across it, but there is a wealth of evidence around those things.
Councillor Pike.
Can I just suggest one of the options, I don't think we should do this, but one of the options should be the contemporary concrete pavers, because if that is what is in Ashburton and that is what was recently used in Dunedin, everyone will say, why didn't we get them? But we're not talking about bringing all 4 of these options back, are we? Yeah.
If that's what you'd like, yeah.
Yeah.
It would probably be handy, obviously further in the report I did talk about an area that we'd look to utilise the pavers versus the paver band if we were going to go the hybrid approach. So basically looking at, through from Royal Arcade, then up to Cannon Street, which Cannon Street is where the pavers pretty much, well, they do stop at the moment. That's where we've then got the tile and the asphalt, but that does change that level of service down from Royal Arcade down to King George Street. So that would be looking to revert that back to asphalt. Yeah. So it'd be good to have a discussion on that as well, because that will obviously impact the pricing. I don't want to bring you too many tables and confuse you in November.
Yeah, no, that's all right. But I think those pavers would be definitely part of that hybrid option consideration, wouldn't it? Anyone further, and then we'll try and get some movement forward. Anyone that hasn't spoken that wants to speak? No. Okay, let's go to some recommendations and just make sure we line these up. So technically probably still is the recommendation, isn't it? Would you? But we just might put some timeframes on the papers for Timaru. Yeah. Number 6, we'll just write reports in November. Yeah. So everyone comfortable that those recommendations, just with the change to November, reflect the conversation? Yeah, everyone's pretty comfortable? Okay, cool. Yep.
Can I just ask
yes,
for one more question? So we've got options A, B, C, D.
Yeah.
Based on the comments I made earlier around it needs to look visually different, would we like to rule out option A as a consideration going forward and just use contemporary versus hybrid versus full asphalt? Is that okay?
I'd be comfortable with that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, perfect. Based on that, I'm happy to move 1 through 6 from the chair. Councillor Jackson, any further discussion? If not, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. It's carried. Thank you. We do appreciate bringing that short notice, so thank you. And we'll continue that work. Right, okay. Where are we? Thanks, Selena. We are now 9.10, Temuka Service Centre Access Request, and that's on 229.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will take this one as read as well. Probably won't give as much of an introduction. We have previously taken this report to the Temuka Community Board for recommendation to come to council. I suppose that's where we're at, is that there is a request from a member of public to access the rear of his property through the Temuka Service Centre car park. Councillors' staff recommendations, office recommendation is that we work through a lease arrangement or other such deed as opposed to an incumbents on the title of that land. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. We'll go to questions, or we'll go Councillor Piddington. Thanks.
Yeah, well, I certainly wouldn't want to see an encumbrance on it because that would affect your ability to develop and to the price of it should it be sold in the future. I do have a question, actually, even while we're considering this. A company bought in my view, a building in Temuka 2 years ago. It was landlocked when they bought it. And they suddenly want us to give access across our land. I know they will pay, but it'll mean movements of trucks and other things in a library area, in a service centre area. And I'm just not comfortable that we may be setting a precedent. Anyone that's got a section next to a car park or any land we own can just suddenly come along and say, hey, I'm a good guy or girl or company, please give us access. So I don't see any wins, and I would be in favour of declining it.
Councillor Pye.
I don't have a question, but I'd just like to respond to Councillor Piddington's comments. We've met out on site a couple of times yesterday with Mr Higby, Councillor Shannon and myself. I fully accept this person purchased the property as is, but it is a council car park that we are potentially going to provide access of. It has traffic movements in it. The company has indicated that most of the traffic movements will be earlier in the morning. It will remove them having to park a truck on the road, potentially blocking the pedestrian crossing while they unload and accept deliveries.
In the early morning?
Yes, but then so it is in the early morning when they're in the library area when the library's not even open. So I don't think that's a valid argument. I think that so many times we've sat in this council chambers and said that we want to be the council of yes rather than the council of no, and I just cannot see any valid reason why we would say no to this.
Thank you, Councillor Pye. Further questions? Councillor Thomas.
Can we limit the hours of operation of this, which might deal with what Councillor Pye is talking about?
Yes, through the chair, it's possible to limit that in whatever arrangement is reached, be it an encumbrance or a licence or whatnot. The movement times that I've had shared with me sort of stretch from 2 a.m. in the morning through to at its latest the staff that would come on site 3, and they would come between the hours of 8 and 9:30, and then another team member between 10 and 11:30. They would be leaving at 4 to 4:30, so it's still a pretty broad time frame that is being sought from a business operational point of view. But yes, possible to limit. It's just noting that the requested time is relatively broad.
I've got a couple of questions. How much surety do we have around the fact it's only going to affect 2 to 4 car parks? I know we haven't done too much in the way of design there yet. There's been a little bit done, but it hasn't been confirmed, has it, that design? So are we confident it's only going to be 2 to 4? It's not going to be more than that?
Yeah, I think the initial application was that there'd only be 2, but we suggest that it's probably going to be more like 4. Yeah. So that's based on, without doing the physical measurements, but looking at those turning circles on the plan, it will be at least 2 car parks.
Okay.
Yeah.
My other question is a bit of an aside, I guess, and I understand from reading the paper that the Temuka Community Board can't be delegated to make that decision, but could council choose to delegate that authority in the future? It just seems to me that it's a decision that didn't really need to come to us. Just my opinion.
I think it's actually affecting the council's property. So effectively, you've got to stand back. You are the council, so you're doing something to your property, of which will have potentially could have long-term effects. So, you know, if we decided at some point to move out of that property, then you've got this easement or whatever it is, I don't know what it is, a covenant or whatever, it's sitting there. So effectively, that's why it's here, because you're fundamentally changing your real estate.
Councillor Shannon, then Councillor Pye.
Yeah, I think the point of Mr Elliott going out there and coming to council, as you say, is because we're looking actually, and he's quite keen for a bespoke solution. Rather than something as permanent as an easement, he's quite happy to come up with, because you can no longer nowadays have an informal handshake, if you like, but it's an informal arrangement where if it got to the point where we wanted to do something with the property, that there was a limited time where we could explore exiting that so that the ratepayer's asset, because even though it's a car park, it is a piece of council land, that we could exit that, and likewise for him in the least costly manner that enables him actually to gear up his business. And like Councillor Pye says, we're trying to develop a culture of how can we make this happen? How can we help you to deliver to your community? How can we help you to be successful, employ more people and make it a more vibrant town centre? That sort of thing, rather than, no, what if one day we want to sell it? The instant no. You know, it's yeah. To use Councillor Piddington's words, it would be nuts to say no.
Councillor Pye, and then
I do have a question, but I just wanted to respond to Councillor Jackson's question about the car parks. The building owner has said currently his employees park in the library car park, and there's 4, and they will then park in the back section. So we're not really losing any car parks per se. Mr Higby, can we have a lease agreement? And I don't think this is particularly what the building owner is looking for, but it could be a compromise. Can we have a lease agreement that is for, say, 5 + 5 + 5, whatever, or the sale of the property or development of the property, whichever is earlier? So that way they've got some surety, but if we sell it or want to do a major development which changes the use, then we've got the get out of jail free card.
Through the chair, in short, yes. You can negotiate what you want. In my conversations with the property owner, it appears that he's really thinking that a 20-year term is the minimum that he can accept to justify the capital outlay for what he would be intending to do there. The nature of any clauses or terms which would reduce the significance of the impact of this encumbrance, if I could just use that word generally, this encumbrance on the council property is something that he would need to factor in. So to the extent to which a get out of jail kind of type of clause would undermine the surety that he was after. As Mr Trainer's noted, this is a community asset, and so not only is it something that we need to think about from a long-term planning perspective, but at a point you strike a significant divestment through this kind of type of arrangement, and then there's statutory consultation because of the community need, the community use of that asset. So in the back of my mind, I'm thinking that whatever the terms that we might end up looking at, we will need to look at it from a significance lens and go, are we actually at a significant point where we actually do need to consult, because that's what we need to do with public assets.
I'm concerned we're talking 5 + 5 + 5, because that gives the person with access over our land. On those deals, it's them that renew, not us. And I find it amusing, 4 of their staff park in our car park for nothing, and they're saying, hey guys, if you pull the fence down, the guys that are parking in your car park will give back the 4 car parks you've already got. Anywhere else in town, you'd pay $15 a week for a car park. So we removed 4 car parks, $60 a week. I mean, we've got to get something out of this deal. Are we commercial or are we giveaway?
We'll answer that question when we go to the vote. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Worship. I was... I had the privilege of being at the Temuka Community Board meeting when this gentleman came and spoke to the board, which I just want to say that he struck me as a hell of a nice guy, very community-minded, and I'd say he's committed to, Temuka. And so, I was listening to him thinking, oh, this seems reasonable, it seems reasonable. And I really thought the guy spoke well and presented his case. In reflection from there and thinking about it since, as much as he's a really top dude, I really struggle with agreeing with this, because there's potential here that whatever agreement you're going to make has the potential to devalue an asset that we own. And from a real estate perspective, I don't think that's wise. And I find it hard to say that sometimes when I think about his delivery of his request. But in balance, I think it would be, with Councillor Piddington on this, I don't think it would be the right thing to do.
Thank you. One of the things I'll just draw your attention to, so 3, point 1, if you like. So it says preserves council ability to terminate or amend the arrangement should the land be required for future council purposes. So that's what's being asked, and so does that not protect us if the appropriate agreement's in place?
Your Worship, it does. I guess I'm sort of in my communications with the business owner, I suspect he would not find that adequate surety for his investment, but of course that's something that council can put in front of him. But to directly answer your question, yes, any licence to occupy or even a lease with the power to terminate or amend should that is going to sit with the council and going to enable you to retain that development right or use right. Yeah. So for me, as Reeds gives us enough power, and then if that were to change, if you're going to have that negotiation, then you'd need to come back. So I'm personally comfortable with the way that reads as is, Councillor Piddington.
I want to ensure that we do, because it's 2 different things. He's wanting a long-term 20-year lease because he's putting an asset in there. You get away with me if he pays for everything and it's year by year, but beyond that, we are impacting the value of our asset. And we're giving him access across our land for nothing, by the looks of it. Just as interest, did he provide the Davis and Olgie plan? Thanks.
Yes, that was provided by the applicant.
We'll go Councillor Burt and then Councillor Pye.
So I'm struggling to see how we devalue our asset if we have a get out of jail free card baked into, I've used that word 3 times today, thank you for that, into this, because we can step back from it whenever we want to. It's an asset by virtue of its location that makes no difference. If we think it's devalued because somebody has access across it and we can stop that, by virtue of an agreement, then it doesn't devalue the asset at all. And so for the purposes of that and being able to have that available to us at any time with a get out of jail free card and the step process, then I can't see there's a problem with it.
Councillor Pye.
I was just going to support those comments and say I don't think year by year would be satisfactory, but I think termination on sale or development, whilst might not be the preferred option of the building owner, could be acceptable, and I think we should probably leave that decision with him as opposed to us going, he's not going to accept it, so let's not pass this.
I still think that's too narrow by sale, and what was your other thing? Yeah, I'm just worried. And I'm also concerned about a precedent. So, you know, if we own a campground and someone wants to drive through it with a heavy truck to get somewhere, you know, we've got to be, are we setting a precedent, Elliot? My question.
No, even if you adopted a policy, there's still the ability for a council to decide to go against its own policies under Section 80. So the extent to which it's a precedent is heavily watered down by that statutory power. But it's still obviously a reputational thing if you do bounce around, so.
Happy to move as is.
Happy to move.
Yeah, Councillor Shannon, happy to second. Chat, yep.
Just how much area of land in that green area is there? Just behind the, to the where the cars are parked there, is there a chunk of land there? Would he consider buying the whole of that piece of land? Spare, landlocked council land.
What?
The green area.
No, that's not ours.
No,
That's not ours.
The red is ours.
Yeah, okay. Whose is that then?
That's his.
He wants to drive home.
Oh, he just wants to take down the fence.
Yes. Yeah, back in there.
Yeah, well, just get on with it.
Shall we offer?
But he'll no doubt replace the trees with something similar and appropriate.
I think based on that, Councillor Harvey is going to get on the tools. So Councillor Prime moved it, Councillor Shannon was the seconder. Is there any further discussion for or against? If not, I will put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Councillor Pennington? Councillor Wilson, would you like that recorded? Yep. Thank you. Motion is carried. Thank you. You are free. Thank you. Move to exciting part of the afternoon. Start with bad debts. Welcome to the finance team. Matt. Andrea. Shouldn't take long. No, this one won't. And that is on page 235. Welcome team, welcome Matt, welcome Tyler, welcome Andrea. Floor is yours.
Thank you. Bad debts report for the quarter finishing June 26. There was no bad debts written off for the quarter, so it's all pretty good. Yeah, not to say July and August haven't had bad debts, but yeah, so there's nothing untowards there. So the about 20,000 was written off for the year for our fees and charges, and we have about 90,000 with our debt collection agency.
Cool. Any questions? I'm happy to move from the chair if there's no questions. Councillor Jackson.
Just a quick one. So 0.03% of council's income.
Yep.
Bad debts. How does that compare with other councils?
Fortunately, I cannot tell you. Yeah, and just remember this relates to fees and charges as well. So go to the dump, cassettes, that sort of stuff doesn't revenue for rates or infringements, which have different collection avenues, such as courts and things like that.
It's also something that people don't publish, like go to your annual report and it tells you. So we'd have to look on with them if we wanted to know.
Councillor Pye.
Just a quick question, and you may have covered this in the paper, but I write my questions as I go, and I may not have gone back thinking it was answered, but we have got 90,000 with a debt collection agency. What is our normal recovery rate? Like, will we expect to recover 50% of that, or 80%, or 10%, or do we know?
It does vary. There's not a standard, but over the last couple of months, we've had about 10 grand that I've noticed come through. So, yeah.
Happy to second? Yeah, further discussion? No, if not, I will put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Awesome, thank you. We've written that one off. We'll move to 9.12. Do you like that, Councillor Vert? Council investments and borrowing.
Okay, for the council investments and borrowings, we finished the year on about 256 million, and our net debt was 236. So well within, under budget. I will tell you why shortly. And we've just in August had to increase our borrowings, which will be in next quarter to help fund the bills of the stadium and theatre. Any questions on that? It's probably, otherwise it can get quite technical.
A couple of quick questions. So we talk about, how this fits with our projections of the long-term, at 9.2, based on 75% of LTP debt projection scenarios will be within our policies. So my question is, when we look at our long-term plan, will we do the same kind of projections to make sure we're within the policies? Great. And my second question's kind of similar, but relating to the liquidity ratio, which has changed. Sorry, I'm just not quite seeing that, what I was asking there. Here it goes. So it's reduced from 125% last year, so we're still compliant. But it would be good when we do our LTP as well to see our forecasted liquidity ratio to make sure that we're staying within our policies. Thanks. Thank you.
A question just around that. I see that we're compliant in our liquidity, I can never say that word, liquidity ratio. But I just wondered, with our heavy sort of capital program, do you think that we still have a comfortable headroom given the size? Yes, given the size of the capital program and the borrowing ahead?
Yes, we will.
Sorry, the average cost of funds 3.57, so just the next page, which is favourable, but our long-term borrowing is now looking closer to sort of 4 to 5% under this table. So with the progressive increases as we refinance our debt, do you think there's a significance there when it comes to future, again, about the capital program and our LTP? So are we factoring that in? Are we worried about those increase in percentages?
So that we do factor that in, and typically we have budgeted at a higher percentage than our weighted average cost of capital. Yeah.
I think in this LTP we are going to have to put some emphasis on bringing the capital program under depreciation to start repaying.
You're becoming Alan Booth. That's great. Further questions, team? So Council Investments and Borrowing, it's just received a note. Happy to move that. Councillor Burt, seconder. Councillor Scott, thank you. No further discussion. Put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. 9.13, Draft Council Financial Performance Report to 30th of June 2026. Tyler.
Good afternoon. Attached is the draft June monthly report. This one is at a higher level. It's been provided to give an indication of what we expect the 25-26 financial report to look like. I'll take the report as read and happy to answer any questions.
Alrighty, questions. Who wants to jump in first? Councillor Puddington.
Thanks, guys. Sorry, I'll just find it. Just in some of the write-offs, just on page 250, in property other EQ assessment, $724,000. That's a lot to write off. They earthquake assessments, and was that the Sophia Street car park? What was that exactly?
Yes, it is earthquake assessments. There was several of them though. I'd have to get the breakdown.
I mean, I've seen earthquake assessments for buildings and they come in at about 25K. So 700,000. I mean, I'd like some detail around these write-offs, what exactly we're doing.
Yeah, I think on that one, I think we can come back and give some specifics on that. My questions are, I'll let you finish, sorry, Councillor Piddington.
And again, on CBD City Hub capital expenditure, writing off 3.11 million.
So this doesn't all belong to last year. So effectively, as you'll note in the audit report, there was a work in progress build-up of costs, and they go back several years. And this is actually going through all of that work in progress, and looking at it and going, is it a capital asset or is it not, and writing it off. So there were a lot of EQ assessments, and they were assessments, they're not the full final documents that have been done over the years. So yes, we can get to that list, but it's actually, some of these are built up over time.
Some of that work too was in relation to the last 3-year period. We were planning to do some of the early work, and then we were looking to budget for this LTP cycle, but of course strengthening rules will change, all those sort of things. So some of these effectively will become redundant. My question is actually, why do they sit in write-offs? Is that because they weren't dealt with at the appropriate time as opposed to being coded to the appropriate budget? And so these wouldn't a lot of this wouldn't normally come through. It's the fact that actually we're cleaning up.
And potentially if any work had happened, like we could have potentially used the report and added it as part of the capital expenditure, but a lot of these here haven't actually had any work associated with them. They've just been a report that's been generated.
I guess reading it, but I struggle to see how we've spent 3 million on the City Hub and haven't capitalised it without any explanation, because have a look at that report.
It just wasn't capitalised at the appropriate time. Sorry, it's not. No, you're right. Sorry, yeah, but it's not been
No asset came out of it.
There's no asset to attach to it.
But it should have been coded to expenses at the time. Why is it? It's coming through now as opposed to then. Yeah.
Once again, if an asset had been generated, then a portion of it could have been capitalised as part of that.
Yeah.
I guess if I read that report, I'd like a much better explanation than just the numbers, because it looks to me as though those are the numbers we wrote off this year because we did something
so
we didn't do anything with.
Yeah.
So I'll try and catch it a different way. This work has been done at someone's request, whether it's an officer or a councillor or council. The work has been done. It has been put into work in progress, and I would suggest a number of these should never have gone to work in progress. They were actually OPEX. So now that we've actually gone through it, this is OPEX that got put into a place, and some of them didn't even have budgets. Okay, so effectively it's a clean-up.
So why is the auditor just making us do this year, and why have these not been done in previous years?
So this year we've had more time to actually look at it. So audit have questioned capital work in progress over a number of years, but earlier on in the years the projects were essentially could have had an outcome, but decisions have meant that there's been no outcome, so hence the write-off this year to start fresh.
A few other questions in the, I don't mean to pick on IT, but I seem to ask a question about it every month. But on page, what page is this? It's not coming up for me. On page 255. So the narration we have there seems to be the same narration we've had right from the start of the year when we were over budget, and now we've ended up $1 million under budget. And there's not really, I mean, that's a good potentially a good thing, but is it we've decided not to spend the capital, or is it deferred, or what, you know, are we going to see $1 million carry forward, or, and I know it's difficult for you guys to answer these questions, but...
With IT, once again, working through their capital work in progress, there were some items, because IT typically lasts 2 to 3 years, there were some items that actually should have been operational expenditure. So it's a correction of capital versus operational.
I don't think anyone's here to answer this. I'm keen for an update on where we're at with the Temuka Alpine Stadium earthquake repairs, which shows up in here, and you know, we approved some work to be done. It was never going to be done in the financial year, we knew that, and to be carried over, but I just wondered, do we know where we're at with that, Mr. Trainer, with the... Oh, sorry, the Temuka Stadium re-roofing. I wonder where we're at with that.
Yeah, that RFP's gone, and the proposal has been accepted, and it is on its way.
So in the urban water reticulation renewals and upgrades, and this is on page 255, I think, yeah, 255. So we're $1 million over budget, and the explanation is a mix of reactive capex required, and I kind of understand that, but do we not budget for a bit of reactive capex?
This was the paper brought for unbudgeted capital expenditure early, yeah.
You live in this world, and we dip in and out every now and again and forget. Thank you.
An answer to your other question.
And the question I emailed about, how much of that capex is carried?
Yeah, so we would have to work that out for last year, but essentially what we do at the beginning of the year is essentially reset. So they've brought their carry forwards into the new budget for this year, as opposed to coming and saying, well, look, we need an additional carry forward. So we can...
We ever did that? Because I thought when we set the budget's the budget, and then we go, oh, and now we've got these things carried because of the time.
So that's how we used to do it, but now we've gone and said, well, okay, to the managers, what are you forecasting for the end of the year, and what potentially do you need to carry forward? So these will include...
So the carry forward should be in the budget for that?
Correct.
Excellent.
Yeah.
I'll make a couple of comments. So I think that this team, the staff, have done an exemplary good job in 25-26. So we've run a surplus. If you look at our expenses, 147,117. If you take off that 14.1 write-off, it would have come in at 133,965, which is bang on the forecast. So the forecast was bang on, and the expenses this year are lower than last year. So effectively, this organisation has pulled back quite a significant chunk of OPEX. So I think they've done a really good job. So then when you look at the overall expenses to budget, we're about 12.5 million under budget. Now that's quite significant, and that's about the restructure, three odd million. Luckily we got some relief from lower interest rates, and we also pulled back on the other OPEX, so I think they've done a fantastic job this year.
I agree, Mr. Trainer, and thank you. I did have one other question, sorry, I forgot, because it stood out in this report where you talked about all of those, you know where I'm going with this, all of the grants that we got, and they were quite significant, and from memory I think they might have been about 20 million. So I'm always really keen to see that headroom calculation of debt to income without that 20 million in, because it makes quite a difference on our headroom going forward, especially when they were legitimate one-off grants related to the theatre and the stadium.
Yeah, good points.
Side question, when are we, because obviously water's exiting, when are we going to be able to look at that comparison to debt, et cetera, that's, you know, in a concrete manner, whereby we...
I was going to say, we've had a forecast already,
but
concrete over the next couple of months.
Yeah, okay.
Once we've worked through audit to make sure that, you know, they're comfortable.
Yeah, okay, no, perfect. Cool, doesn't look like there's any other questions, and I'll just reiterate Nigel's sentiment. I agree, I think we're in a very good position, so thank you to the wider team, Andrea, and those that are in front of us today. We do appreciate knowing where the gremlins are. So thank you for all that work. So I'm happy to move that from the chair. Can I second it? Thank you, Councillor Thomas. If there's no further discussion, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Great. This is the one that Councillor Hub has been excited for. Group Tax Risk Governance Framework 2026. I mean, should I repeat that? That just sounds so exciting. Group Tax Risk Governance Framework 2026. Can't wait.
So this particular report has gone to ARC, and it's been recommended that it comes to council to be endorsed. Basically, what it is for the people who aren't as part of the audit and risk is essentially setting out the tax risk governance framework in regards to council and its associated entities, essentially just giving guidance around, you know, what we should be doing, what they should be doing, and how it all fits together from a tax perspective. And in John's absence, that's all I have to say about that.
I just want to check that our CCO, you know, are on board with it and they're aware of it, because there seemed to be some debate about how accounting's processes worked last year.
Yeah, so TDHL are on board, VT will take this to them, and then the water organisation will be expected as well to follow this framework.
Sorry, we've seen this at Audit and Risk, like you said, so not a question exactly related to this, but it does kind of relate to this, is should we be asking our CCOs to pay their own tax?
Yes.
Yes, so perhaps we need to keep that in mind when we do our letter of expectations, because it became apparent the other day that they are not physically paying their tax.
Can you give it?
I know it's the same bucket. I know it's the same bucket of money. I know, but I think it's more.
No, it's not the same bucket of money at all. It's nowhere near the same bucket of money.
How can they not be paying their own tax?
No, we pay it. We pay it.
Speak to the tax group, which is us.
I'm with the CE though. It's not the same bucket.
So effectively, TDHL is taxable, and when they've got an income tax liability, currently council is paying that. So effectively, TDHL should be paying that.
Ratio there in terms of savings, or is it more or less what?
Well, effectively,
It's essentially cash that we have paid, so we don't have that cash in our bank. Yeah. And so if TDHL paid it, depending on their cash availability, they may have to borrow to pay for that tax and therefore interest. And so at the moment, I think the balance is about 550,000 that's sitting in our books as essentially a loan to them.
But I think you're right, Councillor Pye, there's an opportunity through LOEs. Yeah, and we'll take that offline and have a discussion with Chief Executive across the CCOs over this side.
Sorry, Nigel, just for clarity, so they won't show that payment of tax in their accounts?
they'll show the tax in their P&L. They'll get the profit after tax, but their cash flow, they're not paying it, we are. So effectively, if they pay us $1 million of, say, dividend, actually we're shelling out half of it to tax. So your actual net dividend is heavily discounted.
And then if they had a loss leader of an airport sitting in there?
Yeah, flip side of that, if they do make a loss, then that number then reduces by the loss value. Yeah.
But we're not taxable, so that loss to us is not material.
That's right. So there's some things to work through over the next wee while. Alrighty. So, sorry, Councillor Harper. Nothing? No. If not, I'm happy to move from the chair 9.14, which is the Group Tax Risk Governance Framework 2026. Thank you, Councillor Pye. There's no further discussion. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Thank you, Finance team. Appreciate that. That's awesome. Move now, Mike. 9.15, Pleasant Point Community Pool, summer season, the operating options. Welcome, Mike.
Thank you, Mayor Bowen. I've saved all my words for this one, so that's why I was quiet this morning. So I'll take the report as read. Just a couple of things. This came about from discussions that were held at the Strategic Committee a couple of weeks ago, so this paper's been born out of that. Everything in there is off this year's Magic finances. The couple of things I would say about that is until this season, all the district pools haven't paid internal overheads. It's just come out of the pot at Seabay. So each district pool this year has been charged $35,000. So when you're looking at expenditure, that's one thing to consider. And also, it's not a target, so I think finance have probably over budgeted 20,000 in wages this season for Pleasant Point Pool. So I would say that that's a couple of things when you're looking at the expenditure. Consider obviously the internal overheads are new this season or this year, and I would expect to come in $20,000 under the salaries budget. Happy to take questions.
So on page 278, when it says the comprehensive revenue and expenditure for each of those pools, that's the equivalent of what the rates is required to manage those pools.
So with what you've just said, Mike, we can assume, that there's 20K less roughly in the personnel cost per point. But the others you're comfortable are correct?
So that page is the previous years. So as we go further down, when we get to discussion point 15, that's where the increase in wages has been added in, and gotcha. Obviously the internal overhead. So roughly, if you're comparing to last year, it's $55,000 up on last year's budgets.
Perfect, thank you. Questions for Mike? Councillor Piddington, go for it.
I guess my position hasn't changed. I think we should be closing the Pleasant Point pool. We don't have 600K to spend on getting it up to standard. It's making a loss quicker than everyone else. User pays is only 10% versus 26 and 21 of the two other district pools. And otherwise, we're just putting a Band-Aid over it. We've actually got to try and save some money and be efficient. And I understand some people use that pool, but the reality is golf clubs have closed, churches have closed. When things become inefficient, you can't keep propping them up, especially with the capital spend needed. So that's where I sit.
Thank you, Councillor Piddington. I don't necessarily sit there. However, I think you raise a good point. A lot of what we've talked about and there's a lot more to come at us, is that CapEx overall. And, if we are going to try and aim to be within a depreciation number, as an example, all these sorts of things, there are going to have to be trade-offs. And what those trade-offs are need to be considered at the appropriate point in time. So that what we are asking effectively is for approves a shortened 13-week operating season, and obviously there's varying options whether you want to approve that or not approve that, but I'm happy to support that myself at this stage, and I think, yeah, there's further considerations into the future around the CapEx and operating models and trade-offs, and for me it's around getting it within that policy band and having consistency across that policy band. Those other pools have had the investment to some extent. If they hadn't had some of that investment, we might be looking at a different operating model, but the challenge with this pool is the gas, and the operating model still sits there. But let's go, yes, Councillor Shannon.
Just a couple of little questions that I know that if we don't ask them, they will be asked. Why didn't you ask about this? So looking at the shortened hours, or the shortened calendar period, now the hours within each day, what are we currently looking at, and can they be shortened again to save more money? I mean, if, for example, schools probably won't use the pool before 12 p.m.
So Pleasant Point currently only operates one shift a day anyway, so it opens, off the top of my head, opens at 11 o'clock and runs through to 6:30, so it's got the shortest hours. If you are open less hours than one shift, you would make savings in employee costs. However, the gas would still need to kick in every time the pool dropped temperature, so you couldn't close a day because you can't just turn the gas off because the pool temperature would drop and then it would take 3-4 days to come back up to temperature. So the gas is constantly going. So yeah, and the reason I picked them dates specifically was to, I mean, easily for us, the best option would be the 4 weeks at the end of the season when we have no lifeguards. But I've done enough seasons at Pleasant Point to know that's when the schools book. Generally, weather is better in February and March. So we've gone for 3 at the start. So then schools can still come in for fun swims before school holidays kick in, and then kept it going as long as we can post-Christmas in term 1, due to that's when Point Primary and other schools, St Joseph's, and the usage is dependent on the weather, but generally the schools use Point an awful lot through February and early March.
So when you're having a look at that usage, and you've obviously looked at it per week, per day sort of thing, one of the things that happens in the small towns, as I've noticed, is that Christmas to New Year period, there's a couple of days that the stat days we close anyway, and families actually leave the district, and I've been in there on New Year's Day when it was the hottest day ever, and there were 7 people there, which was extraordinary. Instead of chopping it off at the start and the end of the season, is it easier closing Christmas to New Year, for example?
I mean, that's an option that I didn't consider. It is something that could be looked at, I guess. I mean, we generally shut the stat days anyway. Yeah. This year is a bit of a weird one because it's stat day, not stat day observed, and on both weekends. So that is something that potentially could be looked at, yes.
And in terms of the heating, so you obviously target, there's this particular temperature, like your heat pump at home, I suppose, and it maintains that. Now, one of the things, of course, my dad said to me, he said, heated pools, didn't have those in my day. Monday was the hardest day after they filled the water up. So if we've got to have like a super El Nino, for example, are there periods where we could say, pool's open, it's bloody cold, but we're not burning through the gas?
Well, I had a chat with a gentleman who's on the community group at Methven Pool, and that was the first thing he said to me this morning was, people aren't the same as what they used to be. If a pool drops by 0.1 of a degree, the customers know. If we drop below 28 and it gets to 27, we start getting phone calls. So yeah, I mean, I get on a hot day, you can jump into a cold pool, but again, the gas takes a long time to bring that body of water, like any heating source takes a long time to bring that body of water back up to temperature. So you can't it's not like we have a thermostat. A lot of people at Seabay believe we have a thermostat, but there's a lot more involved. And once then pool temperatures drop, it's hours, if not days, to get them back to the correct temperature.
Right, yes, because our community board chair, Leanne, got to give her some she got on the phone yesterday and she called around the schools and the swim club and what have you. And the feedback from the swim club, for example, is they would actually like to open 2 weeks before when we're proposing closing. It's not such a big deal to Pleasant Point Primary, I believe, because they use it mostly after Christmas, but St Joseph's does. So there's a mix of needs there, and when they're our biggest users, that to me again says that the Christmas to New Year period, to me, isn't as critical as ensuring that our kids learn to swim.
I mean, with the swim club, again, total respect to them, they're all volunteers, they use 1 night a week for 2 hours. So when you're looking at the operating costs, opening 2 weeks early for it, and again, historically, we've offered them lanes at Temuka, lanes at Sea Bay if they want to come in and do the swim club, or potentially if we open on the 7th, there's nothing to stop the swim club operating 2-3 nights a week to make up the extra sessions if they want to. We're totally open to any suggestions, but yeah, it would be a lot of money to open 2 weeks early for the swim club.
Cool, and that's good to know. It's my only questions. Thanks. Thanks, mate.
Nixon and then Councillor Pye.
Thank you, Your Worship. I read this paper and obviously we've had information about this previously. Everything about this screams shut it down. From a fiscally responsible perspective, and I agree with Councillor Piddington on that, it's just we're losing hemorrhaging money from this pool, and it doesn't even come within our revenue and financing policy band. However, is it a bit like turning around the Titanic at this late stage, because there are schools who have booked it? What will the impact be if we were to close this pool down? Do we have the resources available for these schools to use other pools, etc.? What's your thoughts on that?
Probably the biggest problem for them schools will be transport costs. Maybe 4 seasons ago, we had to shut Point Pool quite early in the season, and again, we paid to bus the schools into Sea Bay for the rest of the season, and it comes at a really high cost. So, I mean, it's doable, but like I say, the reduction in operating season doesn't really factor in any school bookings because we don't get them at that. We looked at last year's bookings. The fun swims are really the first things. Point Primary have actually approached us this year about potentially our Learn to Swim team taking their lessons, so that hasn't been locked in yet. But historically, Point Primary have always done their own water safety programme post-Christmas. I believe this year they might be looking at pre-Christmas, but again, that gives us the last 2 weeks of term. If our Learn to Swim team are available, that we could go out and take them lessons with the pool open.
You mentioned there about busing. So would it be more expensive than $196,757 to bus people from Pleasant Point to Sea Bay?
I doubt it'd be that much money.
Councillor Pye.
Sorry, I was just going to say that's not a fair comparison because the other pools lose money. It all costs the ratepayer money too, and that is our policy. I have a question for everybody in the room, and whilst I agree with Councillor Piddington and this is costing more money than our other pools, we're only having this conversation because of a decision made a few years ago not to upgrade the heating back then, and that money was changed to another project, and so I don't actually think that's fair on the Pleasant Point community. My question, and I do think we need a good conversation with the community on, yes, there's a massive capital spend, is that the best use of that money in their area, and that will come through the long-term plan. My question is the difference between carrying on as normal and the reduced hours is $10,000. If the Pleasant Point Community Board wanted to spend some of their targeted rate on that to make up that difference, would that be acceptable, and could we have a paper under urgent business next week to make that decision? Because I think, in my mind, there's 3 options which you've laid out. Close it. I'm not in favour of that option. Option 2 is okay, but hey, why can't we just go with option 1, given the El Nino that's forecasted for the summer, and have the Point community contribute to it via their targeted rate? So that was a question for the room, is whether you'd consider that.
I mean, that ultimately is a decision for the community board, in my view. It's not for us to make a decision on that. So it's a request back if they wanted to, yeah. So we'll go Councillor, it was Councillor Thomas first, then Councillor Jackson, Councillor Puddington.
A couple of questions, Mike. Just the community consultation, I know that it's mentioned in here and you talked about the swim club and so forth. I mean, do you feel that you've got adequate feedback from the community about what they want? I'm just picking up on other people saying.
So obviously, because it's come through so quickly, not really, no. And again, like I say, that's why the consideration on the weeks that we closed was using evidence from other years. I have been talking with the community board, and again, it's very hard. I've got every day's visitations last year, and it's hard to pick a pattern. The only pattern with the pool is it's sunny, it gets used. It's not sunny, it doesn't, but it's not a specific weekend or a specific month, so it's very hard, no matter which way we did it. I'll just go back to Councillor Pye's statement. I think closing the extra 4 weeks saves more like $50,000.
It's 10, isn't it?
So if you look at the two options, it says this option 1 creates a budget shortfall of 42,000. Option 2 creates a budget shortfall of 32,000. So there's only 10 grand between the two. One of our community board members with the last name Trainer pointed that out.
That could be in one specific area. If we go down to, again, discussion, like point 15, again, this is including the wages that I think we're slightly over budget on and whatnot. But if you look at them two options, the difference in them two options is more like around 63,000, which would be closer. I roughly guess that it costs about $14,000 a week to operate. So 4 weeks and a couple of days, which is what the suggestion is, would put it in the 55 to 60,000. So sorry, Councillor Thomas, sorry.
My next question is picking up on Councillor Shannon. What about not heating it at all? I mean, we used to swim and learn to swim and go swimming at a pool which didn't have heating.
I mean, I don't think people would be very comfortable. Probably the ironic thing is before it was put onto LPG by TDC many moons ago in 2009, it was a solar-powered swimming pool, but it only got to 22 degrees. So that's quite cold. So I don't know whether there'd be much custom if it was an air temperature pool, would be my guess.
It used to get to 22 with solar. That's all right, isn't it? What's the expectation?
El Nino, it's going to be a real hot summer.
So our main pool's generally 28 and the small pool's 31, 32 degrees.
Yeah, you'd notice the difference, yeah.
My last, I think you probably have dealt with this previously in the year. Just remind me, I know Councillor Puddington talked about $600,000 worth of capex. What's the sort of timing or scheduling of that? When would, assuming that we carried on, when would we do that if we had the money?
So the gas conversion is as soon as possible. I mean, that one has been kicked down the road. That was first put in the long-term plan 2018-2028 in year 4, and then it was obviously reappeared in 21-31, got pushed back to 23, and then the money got redistributed. I brought the paper last year for the electric heat pumps, which passed, and then found out that we needed about an $80,000 infrastructure upgrade for the transformer and the electrical works, so that's where that one fell through. But to me, that's the job that would need doing sooner rather than later, because again, you're ticking your climate box, you're ticking your health and safety box, and obviously you're ticking, it's a really expensive way to heat a swimming pool. The next job would be the pool linings, which again is just, the last time them linings were put in was 2009. Generally 15 years is the shelf life, so they've done pretty well, but That's just, that's not anything really to do with what was in the previous papers. That's just that pool's got to its end of life, just like Geraldine Pool's currently in the current LTP to get relined. They pretty much both got relined in the late 2000s. The filtration system is $70,000, $80,000. We can manage with it, but it's not the most ideal situation because the chemicals we use aren't the greatest. Only our plant and maintenance coordinator does it because it's quite an archaic system.
It was Councillor Jackson, Councillor Piddington, then Councillor Burt.
Sorry, mine's been answered. My question was just around Councillor Pye's figures. It was a very unenviable situation to be in to even question them. And I felt very, very nervous, and I'm pleased that it was answered by somebody else. Thank you.
Councillor Piddington.
I guess I'm going to be outvoted again, but that's nothing new for today. My question round it, though, is why do we have to wait to the long-term plan for consultation? Because if we're going to spend 600K, there's depreciation, there's all those things. If something goes, the filtration system dies in the middle of this 10-week period, are we going to put the new one in? I guess you guys will, because we've made a commitment. You know, to me, it's just ongoing and we never get to the end.
I think there's, I also had a conversation with a Pleasant Point Community Board member, and the challenge I had for that particular board member was they've got to get the usage up because the usage is so small. You've got to wonder about it, and that actually that's the same for all three of those pools. When you look at the amount of fees and charges we're getting, all three, the usage is really low. Going back to your point in terms of consultation, you can go to consultation any time, but what we were wanting to do was try and line up the three, and it's probably a conversation with the community boards, is do they want to take on these pools as community entities rather than us running it. Now we do know that there's a pool in mid-Canterbury. It runs off $60,000 a year, and the council doesn't pay much at all into those. They pay. However, the downside is they struggle to find volunteers. So effectively, there is a model there, and that model needs to be talked through with all three, I think, community boards to look at, is there a different way of doing these? Yeah. And I think the capital then, if you did have such a model, then the capital may be coming from the council, because they won't wear that, and you're handing over something that's in a reasonably good condition. If you do the capital without such an entity, then we're still paying the rates, from rates.
We were Councillor Burt, then Councillor Shannon.
Just to debunk potentially that not putting any heat in there, doesn't have to have a certain amount of heat to burn off the treatment compounds and things so that it meets the public health requirements?
Definitely, you'd have to look at the chemicals and what chemicals we use, absolutely, yeah.
I guess for the reassurance of other elected members, one of the things that the Pleasant Point community is fairly pragmatic about, they understand where we're at, they do. And if we go back a couple of years, and we started to have a real tough conversation with them, and there was a concerted effort. Well, we sent the same message. If you don't use it, you're going to lose it. We did say that, and it jumped a tiny little bit for those that would go in for exercise in the morning. That was it. When this was released yesterday on the media, I think, wasn't it? I got, for the first time out of Pleasant Point, I got emails and phone calls straight away, and which goes to show there's a degree of interest out there that I haven't seen come from any point-related issues before in the last 3 years. But every one of them that was passionately against any possibility of closing it this summer is up for the conversation for a community-led solution for a long-term solution. Every single one that I spoke to. So that's a good thing. The community board is on board with, right, what solution can we come up with? Because they're pragmatists out there, they're smart people. And they do want the best for their community, but they also don't want to feel like they're being treated like they're something special. They want to make things work. And the beauty of a community-led initiative, and we all know this, is outside of council, you have more flexibility as well to do more stuff, open different times, and apply for grants and all that other stuff that we can't do. So they're open for that discussion. But you could have a town hall meeting, you could call it next week, and all the point would be there. But right now, they are not ready for us to close it for summer. We've got schools are sorting things out, swim clubs and what have you, so we certainly need to go forward with the summer's plans, and I think if any community can come together with a plan really quickly, Point will be the fastest.
Councillor Wilson and then Councillor Puddington.
Well, in my generation, we used to break the ice to swim. So I go further back.
Is that before they climbed out of the ark?
Yeah, it's one of those. No, I think what Councillor Pye said before, where the community board can make some contribution, has some merit. But the other thing, when I look at it seems so unfair, is that Geraldine has a user pays percentage of 27%, Temuka 22%, and Pleasant Point under 10%. If you can't get your numbers up, then you've got to put your charges up. So if they're not prepared as a community to put some money towards it, like through the community board, then can't we look at putting the charges up somewhat to alleviate some of the deficit? This doesn't seem...
So what I would say is we're probably at the top end of what we charge to go into a community pool anyway. The one thing that definitely skews the numbers not in Point's favour is the gas. I'm not saying they'd be up at Geraldine numbers, but it would bring it up probably to the high teens if they were operating off the same heating system as Geraldine and Temuka. So that's the big one that, that's not the Point community's fault. The heating source they've got costs a lot more than the other two pools. So yeah, I mean, the last 2 summers have been not good weather-wise, so it's not been good for... We did the Section 17A after a really bad summer, and then obviously this is coming after a really bad summer, but we can't predict what the weather's going to be. Like I say, the cost to swim, again, if you keep putting it up, you just price people out of it even more than, so we're trying to get people through the doors. I don't think putting the price of a swim would be the way to go.
So I have to back up, Mike. When you look on page 278, the other expenses for Pleasant Point, 132,000. Other expenses, Geraldine, 64. Other expenses, Temuka, 49. That is the difference in the LPG. And we know that when we brought forward that those heat pumps to heat Pleasant Point, we knew that it had about a 5-year payback because we were going to be saving the thick end of 60,000 a year. And that would have made quite a significant difference.
Could I just finish then, Your Worship? With Mike's explanation, I get the response to my point, that's not, and I think, as it's also been pointed out, it's not Pleasant Point's decision that the capital expenditure was delayed. So again, I'll take those on board, and the comment about increasing the fees, we can just leave that alone.
Look, I'm right on board with it being delayed, but 3 councils in a row have decided there were better things to spend their money on. And I challenge the Pleasant Point community, if you're going to give them 600K, they would probably find something much better to spend it on than prop up a pool that is going to continue to lose money when there are 2 or 3 other pools within easy distance where most kids play sport, parents come and shop, all those other things. And I just find it frustrating. We say we have X or Y, it would still fall outside our user pays, yet we want to prop them up. And I challenge this council, if we're not going to make a hard decision sometime soon, there'll always be an excuse why someone didn't fund something. Just doesn't hold water for me. That's good, isn't it?
There's
Here
good.
we go.
Well done. Councillor Burt, was it? Yeah.
Oh, here he goes. I was just thinking, a certain councillor across the other side there found out there was 700,000 left over from the stadium, and he was automatically saying, how do we spend that?
Okay.
Let's look for somewhere to spend that. Anyway, I agree that we're too far down the track. There's a lot of situations that have occurred that are outside the ability of Pleasant Point to know and understand. We put off that capital expenditure. It's too late to take a change now and close it on them. However, that doesn't. There's a caveat there that if there's a breakdown, we're not necessarily going to go and spend that money, and that's what I think we should have that caveat there. It's not an expectation, and also at the end of this season, when we need to make the hard decision going out at the end of this season, we need to decide then after the usage and everything else. Sit down and have a critical look around what that looks like around the potential closing or otherwise based on that.
Yeah, so Councillor Scott, yeah, jump in, go for it.
Michelle, can I just ask you, you talked about the Pleasant Point community contribution. Do you think it's a 10, a 50, 100,000? Like, do you have a sort of a rough idea?
I was thinking about the difference in loss between option 1 and option 2, which was 10. I think they may, I've got it in my bag actually, you know, they've got 20 or 30, but I'm only guessing here. I don't think they'd want to put all of what they've got in their target rate towards that. There's other things doing points. It might be 10.
No, yeah, okay, thanks. And I think for me, I think as Mr. Trainer said, if these guys don't use it this season, it's inevitable, in my view, that it's over Red Rover. And so it's up to the Pleasant Point community to back this, because you wouldn't take it on as a community-led model either if it doesn't have the usage. So the challenges out there now being set, and I support it. It's too late to close it now, but yeah, we set the challenge, Pleasant Point.
Yeah, otherwise it's over Red Rover. I love that. So look, as far as the resolution, you've got an option which is in front of us, which is the shortened season. You could do a B that gives the discretion of the community board to use their target rate to extend the season, and that then would be a discussion, just thinking as far as a go forward, because that's been discussed today. And then again, I think it's a LTP, because timing is wrong. We could shut it, and that's definitely an option, but timing's not ideal. But I think the community pools as a whole, can we bring that through as a part of the consultation? We'll just add something else to the consultation for the long-term plan to do a community model, but looking at, I don't think we should isolate. I think we should look across all of the pools around that model. What's your thinking, team?
So Mike and I thought we would develop up a paper for all 3 community boards for October for them to discuss what a model might look like. Then we could actually have that consultation process.
Yeah, and the gentleman that I spoke to this morning from Methven was really, really helpful and gave great insight on what their model looks like, and it still costs them $60,000 per season to run. That's without staff costs, and Methven actually has a targeted rate of $25 per household that goes straight to the swimming pool. So I'll forward the notes that I took this morning. I literally rang him at 9:30, but he was really, really helpful with what that model they use for operating their pool. And the one probably thing that the communities would need to consider is they don't allow under 18s in that pool without adult supervision. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, just, excuse me, why does it cost $101 a day for water at this Pleasant Point pool?
The water charges, we've actually been out with one of Mr. Lester's team this morning. We think we might have a wonky meter, but we do pay a lot for water because of the make-up water, and obviously we run the water through the filters and through the system, so it is quite a high cost. We pay water charges. The other 2 pools are actually sat on domains, so they don't get a water bill.
I wonder if this new water company, CSI, has a community conscience. Okay.
I certainly agree with the targeted rate for the household going towards it. That'd be a good idea, and I think I don't think the other two communities would be opposed to that as well. And I'm just wondering, what was the fee for the new boiler or the new system, the new water heating? You know, in a budget of 600,000, how much was that?
So last year when we got quotes, it was 150 for the actual heat pumps and the infrastructure to accompany it, which was the Alpine upgrade and obviously the electrical work was 80, so around 230 to 250.
I've just had a barking mad thought, and I'm wondering whether there's a serviceable boiler at the old freezing works out there. We could go and grab that and take it up there and start burning some coal.
But to be fair to Pleasant Point, their balance tank is actually a leftover farmer's well, so they have got all the old equipment.
Alrighty, okay, so I think you're going to take a paper first to the community boards to start that discussion. There's some changes as far as recommendations, so shortened 13-week, we've added recommendation 2, if you like, whatever, doesn't matter, it doesn't need a number specifically, can give it a number, doesn't matter. Pleasant Point Community Board should be given the opportunity to use their targeted rate, so is there a mover for those 2, understanding what's going to come in front of us? Yeah, Councillor Burt, happy to move. Seconder, Councillor Jackson. Yep, any further discussion? If not, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Councillor Pudding, would you like that recorded? It's been your day. It's not always like that, it's just today. That's all right. Okay, brilliant. Thank you, Mike, that's great. Now, we do, what time do we start? Are we at that? Okay, so I'll just move again that Council suspend Standing Order 4.2 to allow the meeting to continue for more than 2 hours. So I'll move that from the Chair. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Wilson, thank you. Put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Welcome, Paul and Aaron. This is probably the big one for the day. Spatial planning, pretty important. So we'll crack into this and then we'll look to have a 10-minute break after this paper.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. Aaron's put this paper together, and at the time of writing it was almost out of date because there was, within 24 hours of the agenda closing, I think things had changed, but I'll let Aaron speak to the highlights and take us through it. Thank you.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. As Mr Cooper's noted, this is largely a standardised report that's been put in front of all councils within Canterbury, which seeks to establish a regional spatial planning committee in preparation for the new legislation that may go through Parliament today. I understand it's on the order of documents being presented. So this seeks to present that paper from wider Canterbury, and I note in substance it seeks that a representative be appointed as from this council and an alternate, as well as a funding contribution to the Secretariat and the establishment of that, which is currently being housed out of the Greater Christchurch Partnerships offices in Christchurch and Christchurch City Council. To Mr Cooper's point, I note that as part of recommendation 2A, I've acknowledged that Kaikoura District Council has already indicated at the time of drafting that they're not going to consider any funding until they understand where the Head Start proposal lands. And then I believe in conjunction to that, Christchurch City has also tweaked some of the resolutions around the number of representatives they would like to sit on that. That's Christchurch City's position's being considered at a regional level. I understand at the mayoral forum later this week, so I don't think it has a material effect on the recommendations that I drafted as part of this, and I had tried to acknowledge that there was still some uncertainty through the process. So happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And then, because it's interesting that decision made by Christchurch City, bearing in mind that individual councils still have to sign this off at the end currently, don't they? So unless the legislation changes, but that's the process that we understand at the moment, isn't it?
Yes, so each council needs to adopt the terms of reference, and then the next step is a process agreement. So there's a number of decision-making pathways that need to be reached through that, and this was the indicative one to effectively establish the regional committee to provide direction to the working groups which are currently being formed, and so on and so forth.
Yeah. It's taken us 6 months to get to this point. It's tough, but so we'll go to questions, and part of this also we need to appoint members and an alternate to the committee. And the general discussion has been with the mayors that they would do it. However, I'm not wed to that, but it's just to be able to give it the time, because this, again, talking with MCERT recently, is the priority. So whoever is the first and then the alternate need to be able to commit time. Yeah. Councillor Scott.
Thank you. Aaron, I just wondered, I get a bit nervous because today, we're committing, I think it was 71, sorry, my computer's gone flat for a minute, 71,000, but basically we're committing to $1 million because we're 9.8% or whatever it was of the total cost. So it was something like that, wasn't it? So that alone makes me a little bit nervous because we have our own program of work that we need to deliver on too. So can you talk to me about how, and I'm supportive of Mayor Nigel, taking the lead on this, but how does it work in the background? Like, how is the program actually going to be delivered? Like how if it's 9 or 10, 8 or 9 million or $7 million, like where is that money actually, how is that working? Like, is that staff, is that officer costs? Like, what the hell is that? It's a lot of money.
Thank you, and great question. The detail of the overall project funding has yet to be determined. Within the paper, at paragraph 38, it recognises that an initial estimate for this overall project is 7 to 10 million. And initially, the preferred funding model was that Canterbury Regional Council could initiate debt funding. I understand that the overall regional approach to the funding is still up for debate. And then, as the working groups establish underneath the new committee, the work program and the resources needed to pull all that together will flow through. So at an initial stage, each council's been asked to nominate a representative at more of a working group level to help build those programs, and each council is aware that we're going to have to put at least some resourcing at a bums on seat type level to that as well. So I would hope that the 7 to 10 million may include that, but each council is just going to have to understand the contribution as the work program develops. It's crystal ball gazing at the moment. And to the Mayor's point, it's taken about 6 months to get to this stage, but once this gets landed, it's going to have to rapidly progress, especially once the legislation lands.
There was a release come out from LGNZ, and it was in regard, I'll send it around, I'm not sure if you got it, to rates capping in part of the response, but the estimate across the local government in New Zealand is 860 million for implementation costs from central government. But we need to do it within that constrainment of 2 to 4%. Anyway, it was Councillor Pye, then Councillor Piddington.
Just on that vein, because I don't think this is something the public understand enough, and I fully admit I know the answers to these questions, but I just want to get them confirmed from you. So we've just been through a process for our district plan that was required by government. That cost $10 million, give or take. More than that, plus additional costs that our community bore through submissions, appeals and expert advice. And now that pretty much needs a match put to it, and we're going to go and spend together as Canterbury another $7 million on a spatial plan. Have I got any of that really wrong?
The only thing I'd add, and it's not going to help the discussion point, is that the 7 to 10 million is only for the spatial plan, and once the spatial plan's initiated, we will need to develop our new regional planning documents, which will come at an additional cost, which is yet to be quantified. I would say that a lot of the technical documentation that this council procured to support the district plan review will be very beneficial going into those processes. So we have a good library of documents which we'll be working really hard not to reproduce, to put our input into that regional stuff. So we're likely further ahead than some councils that haven't carried out a recent review, but the general sentiment of your comments is correct that at a spatial planning level, the estimate is 7 to 10 million, and no estimates have been put forward yet as to what the costs associated with developing the actual words around the spatial plan from a planning rules perspective. Maybe less since the government's is intending to be far more prescriptive around the process, but it's a large unknown, but will be in the millions of dollars across Canterbury.
Councillor Piddington, then Councillor Burt.
Kaikoura obviously stepped out, I presume, because if they end up going north, they don't want to be part of it. If we're amalgamated, is there any advantage of being in the Canterbury plan, being that we've just done all our own work? This is where I get confused.
So the spatial planning, MCERT have said definitively that spatial planning will still be done at that regional level. I think the question is in and around the boundaries. So Kaikoura is a fair question with Head Start, and also the Waitaki boundary. The request, if we're accepted into Head Start, will be to include all of that entity into the Canterbury spatial planning. Councillor Burt.
You're just mindful of the comment about putting a match to our district plan, just so that there is context for it. It's still an operating document that.
I knew it would inflame someone.
I knew it would. Very good. So it's not over Red Rover. It's still a guiding document for lots and lots of things, but yes, it makes big parts of it superfluous.
Further questions, team? I think one of the big challenges, is all of the council. This is so important to get this right, certainly for our district, but for Canterbury, and it's being able to keep everyone up to date. And it's going to take. We're all going to have to really lean into this to be over the detail of it, because this is the one that we have to get right, especially coming into reform and new councils, new unitaries and that. This is really about setting our district up for success. So we're going to have to really think how we are really inclusive and make sure everyone's up to speed, because it is complicated stuff. And I think those that have done, sort of making good decisions courses, it sort of helps because you've got some more information. Certainly Councillor Scott with all the work that you've done, but it's going to take some educating of ourselves to get this right. Further question, Councillor Scott, I think you were...
Just going to say, I don't know if anyone's considered being the alternate to me and Nigel, but I was going to suggest Councillor Shannon, with your growth and development chair's hat on, and obviously you're leading this work under Aaron, and I just wondered if you had an appetite for it.
Keen as mustard.
Love it. Okay, so that's probably the main other. Is there further questions? Yeah, sorry.
The funding.
Yeah.
Where is it coming? Because we obviously don't have it in our budget. I was thinking if we didn't do a district plan, we could have had heated hot pools with a swim at Cocktail Bar at Point.
So as part of this year's annual plan, Council did allocate a bucket of funding to prepare and contribute towards planning reform. So the $71,099 would come out of that funding, which was considered by Council.
Forgotten again.
I think the bigger piece is the potential 10 million for the spatial plan. We're going to have for the region, so we'll probably have to think about how do we find our share of it, and if we are having to debt fund that, then how do we repay it? So that needs to be thought about, which to me is a bit of a first cab on our rates cap. We need to think that through. And then on top of that, we've got our own chapter. And I have to say, I'm struggling to visualise what they look like, but anyway, I'll go on the journey.
You'll go on the journey. Okay, yeah.
You've got a base document there, which is your district plan, and you know, one of the first, when it comes to spatial planning, so your FDAs or whatever, and I think one of the most frustrating parts of the district plan process was you have all these awesome maps, but we were not prepared in behind it to support the FDA, and that's what we need to get match fit for. And I felt very frustrated as a commissioner on that, to sit there and think, I can't even move my own district forward because previous people before me have not thought about how to fund it. Just saying, sorry.
It's all right, and we thank you for your commitment. Councillor Thomas.
Very technical accounting question then, Mr. Trainer. So I'm presuming that like the district plan and or the spatial plan, we can't actually capitalise them. They're actually considered to be operating expense?
In my view, yes, but others will debate that with me.
Your Worship, I think our approach has been that because we have a product that was circa around for 10 years, although it may only be 3 or 4 now, that it could be capitalised, yeah.
And the debate starts.
Okay, so we don't need to debate that today. We can sort that offline. You guys can have an argument at the SLT table. So let's go to the resolutions. If everyone's comfortable where we're at, sorry. We've got one, and we had myself as the nominee and Councillor Shannon as the alternate. Is everyone comfortable with that, or would you like, is anyone else got an interest? If not, yeah. No, I said I wasn't wed to it, but I'm just conscious of everything else ahead of us. It is likely to be the mayors outside of ECAN, maybe someone else. Not to say they're a pleasant bunch, so if you want to, yeah.
Thinking about your workload then, do we put something in there just to protect you, that if you do find that it's overwhelming, because at the moment we know, I think it's a meeting a month, then you can come back and we can reconsider it? Or,
I think so, because very shortly, end of September, we might know the rest of the balance. So I think that's probably fair consideration, yeah. And that's our right as a council, so we possibly don't need to, to make a change if required around workload, etc. Because I think, in another month's time we'll be able to prioritise who's doing what. If, reform goes ahead, there'll be a heap of work streams that different councils will have to, lean into. Comfortable where we are at as far as those recommendations? Yep. If so, I will ask for someone to move. Councillor Wilson, thank you. Seconder, thank you, Councillor Scott. There's no further discussion. I will put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Thank you, team. We will go to a break, but I just firstly want to consider public forum. We had Howard and Leanne, which we have a paper for in PX. We also had John Shirtcliffe come talk to us. We've discussed a paper which is on the tiles itself. Is there any further consideration of John's public forum matter that you want to discuss? I think that's probably what we can do as far as governors is covered within the paper. So I'm comfortable with that. If you're all comfortable, then we'll just look to, what I might do is move us into public excluded, and then we'll have a 10-minute break and then come back. So I'll move from the chair. Councillor Burt, a seconder. Yes.
Just one thing, Your Worship. Ross Meikle from Team Projects needs to be alongside as author of the feasibility report that we're going to look at.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what the standing orders are about that as we go into public excluded.
Yeah.
And the other thing is, I think he has to travel back to Christchurch, so maybe if the order could be adjusted, that would be might be helpful.
That's fine. We can do that. If is he on deck? Yep. Yeah. Okay. No worries. We'll bring that paper forward. So I'll put the. I think it should be in public the first round. Oh no, don't think it matters. I'll put that motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried, and then we'll pick up the Ross motion once we start back in 10 minutes. Perfect. Thank you. We'll just adjourn.